Okay, so we remembered how to hit buttons. Okay, so we're live. We're live. Well, happy Friday, folks. How you doing? It's been a couple weeks, huh? And it's been a wild couple weeks. I chose a really good time to be off the internet, huh? So we've got some stuff to catch up on, some stuff to talk about. It's Friday. It's the end of a week. My God, it's the end of a week. I want to test something. So in the chat, you have to tell me if you hear this because I don't know if I can hear this or not. But you have to let me know if you do.
You keep using the word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
I don't know if you did or not. Either way, playing with buttons, seeing if I can cause some chaos because chaos is my favorite thing in the world to do. Cheers to all of you. We've got a lot to talk about. We've got Courthouse Becky getting into some trouble. Scottie Scheffler, I know that story is already broken as far as the charges being dismissed, but we're going to talk about that a little bit as well because we got some more footage. We got body cam footage and some questions asked by the cop. And you know what? The pants, the magical pants that were $80 of damage. We now have photographic evidence of what the pants looked like. Oh my gosh, the travesty. Oh, baby. It's been a week. So buckle up. We've got some topics to cover. And of course, we're going to talk about some Karen Reed. Am I mirrored right now? Is my image mirrored or is it straight on? I don't know. Guess we'll have to see. So let's roll the intro, get going, and I will see you guys in the back end. So, how we doing? It's been a week, right? As we always do. Why don't you guys tell me what you're tuning in from? What are you doing? How was your week? How was the chaos? Were there chaos gremlins that surfaced and made life a little more fun, little more chaotic? Let me know. Let me know. I'll see if I can't pull up some of these comments from chat because my gosh, chat's flying already. Already, chat is moving. So East Tennessee in the house, love it. Thank you. Rob, raise your right hand to see if you're mirrored. Is this my right hand or is this which one? This one? This one. I don't know. We don't know. We don't know because we don't know if the question's been asked yet. So we got a mojito. Thanks to Runkle talking about mojitos from Colorado. Of course he did. Good evening from Ottawa. Cheers to you from Ottawa. To all of you that have been struggling through some tornado and weather chaos this early summer, my heart goes out, and I hope that all of you are doing okay. We had some crazy storms here in the DC area, and a tornado in Maryland, and apparently one in Leesburg as well. So kind of wild. Hidalgo Island in Washington. I'll be in the Washington area how is it June 7th? How is it June 7th? I was sitting here doing the math. I was going, I'm going to be in Washington in a couple of months. Nope. Shorter than that. It'll be sooner than that. Car was chaos this week. Oh no. Car troubles are the worst. South Jersey is reporting in. Sweet tea from Wisconsin. It's been a wild week. It has indeed. We don't talk about chaos gremlins. They'll eat us. Fair. Austin, Texas, Roanoke, Virginia, Canberra, Australia, Southeast Texas, Delaware. Got some Alaska in the house. Vancouver with a lemon drop. Love it. Fantastic. Charleston, South Carolina. We got some Colton County business to talk about as well. Miami in the house. Utah. Oh, these are not new digs. These are the same digs. So the house was on the market, subject to me having a lease back for a period of time until I can move into the new house. House is on the market for a very short period of time. So for those of you who are used to my larger streaming setup, you will notice that we are more confined. We are in a smaller space. I'm in a guest room in my own home. My house is a museum. I'm not allowed to touch anything, and a home became a prison very quickly. But I think other people can sympathize with that. One being Alec Murdoch, another one being Chad Daybell. mean, we've got some convictions that happened yeah. So, like I said, a lot to talk about. Washington State pulled pork, fantastic. Day 18 of bronchitis, not fantastic. Franklin, Tennessee. Shell is having some wine. Good for you, Shell. Coastal Alabama. Hello from beautiful British Columbia, Canada. As I pull that chat up, someone from not British Columbia, but adjacent.
Edmonton, Alberta, canned margarita.
Oh, a wild Runkle appears.
How you doing?
I'm debating. Ian, hold up your right hand real quick. Tell if you're mirrored. Is that your right hand or your left hand?
That's my right hand.
Are you sure?
Yes. Is this elementary school? Like, am I?
It's gonna be kind of wild. Just when you think the Karen Reed trial can't get any more nuts, right? Really.
Also, I'm just amused how the second you say "hold up your right hand," I happen to be holding a
kukri, a device that is used to inflict harm on others. Yeah, it's you keep those things within arm's reach.
You know what I was using that for?
What?
I was using that as a reaching stick to turn on my air conditioner. Although I've just got it on fan right now, but
honey, can you flip on the AC? Sure, sweetheart. Yep.
I thought it was funny because it's just like that precise second, just as I pick it up, you're like, show me your right hand. And I was like,
no. I don't know, but thank you for the super sticker. Much appreciated. Jennifer. Wow. Jennifer, we have some applause to give early on. I'm ADHD and just graduated with my PhD. Now you're doctor. Jennifer, does that make you Dr. ADHD?
Nice.
I think it should. That's awesome. Congratulations.
ADHD, PhD. Come on.
Jennifer.
ADHD, PhD. You got to do that.
ADHD, PhD. Yeah. Yeah. That one, that vibes. I love that. Oh my, Nick. That's a dangerous combo, my friend. Login 50th anniversary cask strength.
Ooh.
It's a choice. But it's Friday. It's Friday. Melanie Paré. It was my son's graduation ceremony last night. No more baby, but so proud of him. It is graduation season. It's graduation season, and I know that comes with a lot of mixed emotions. My law partner watched her daughter graduate high school this past week, and there was a whole lot of very mixed emotions. So I've already been warned that come August, when the official move out to go to college occurs, it's going to be complicated. That's fair, though. Congratulations on your son and all of those graduates and new graduates in the chat, and children of those in the chat. Light Queen, thanks for becoming a member. Good evening from Van Isle, Canada. So good to see you both. Thank you for being here. Much appreciated. Already pulled that one up. Thank you, Melanie. Bailey. El Paso, Texas, enjoying a glass of red wine, catching you live for the first time in a long time. Well, it's been a while. I've been not live for 2 weeks, except for the one occasion when Ian tried to call me dumb, and I jumped on to just...
I didn't call you dumb.
No.
That is a malicious calumny.
Exaggeration. It's an exaggeration. You didn't call me dumb. You just said I was wrong. I can't let that stand.
I mean,
Carolyn Curley,
could.
Thank you. I could, but why would I do that? You and I always argue about who's right all the time. So we've got some chaos, and I mean actual chaos to discuss, because Sarah Boone was in court today. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Oh, she's mad at her new attorney, or attorney number 8.
I mean, of course she is.
Yeah. And we actually get to close the loop on Scottie Scheffler, the sports ball golfer that got arrested, because we didn't get the body cam footage from.
I can only half listen to you right now, because registration for a shooting competition opens in 6 minutes.
Well, then make that a priority.
It's going to sell out in 7 minutes. So, yeah, I'm sitting here hitting refresh a lot.
Well, good. Canine Advocate in the chat. animal behavioralist with opinions on this case. Assuming you're talking about Karen Reed, I'm happy to be an expert witness pro bono for both of your clients. Well,
Ooh.
yeah, it's fair. They could use experts from time to time. Might take you up on that. But glad to see you. I'm glad to see you here. I'm very curious on the opinions, especially when it comes to being Monday when we hear the argument about the attempt to exclude the expert on behalf of the defense. It's going to be interesting.
They want to knock out they want to knock out the puppy expert, or at least the puppy bites expert. Did you see one of the arguments there?
No, I haven't reviewed the motion.
Oh, I looked over the motion. One of the arguments is you only look at dog bites on live people, not dead people. And I'm like, I think the defense theory is that he got the bites while he was a live person.
Yeah, that we'll see. Canonically, he is saying there's 2,022 of you in chat. There's 2,129, but only 389 likes. We can do better. Taps foot impatiently. Canonical Heat, thank you for reminding me to do something I don't ever do. YouTube has this little button at the bottom of the screen that has a little thumbs up. It means like. When you like the stream, YouTube says, hey, people are liking the stream. We might want to send people to come and hang out with the awesome people in chat. So click the button. There's nothing wrong with clicking the button. Just say like. And if you like the content, subscribe. Because, YouTube likes to do the unsubscribe thing all the time.
I swear that they just take 0.5% of people and just unsubscribe them from something randomly just every once in a while. Just to just for the purpose of hey, if you aren't using your account, you're slowly going to get unsubscribed from all the things. But that's my theory anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair theory. So shall we get into the first topic, which I have pulled up, which is Scottie Scheffler.
Who's that?
Scottie Scheffler, for those of you who might or might not.
This sounds like a sports ball thing.
He is. He's world's number one golfer. World's number one golfer, and he was.
That's way better than being the number 2 golfer, which is my skill level.
Oh, that's your terrible sense of humor. Awful. Why would you do that? But
you know why?
I know, because you're a child at heart, and I love you for it. Scottie Scheffler was en route to the PGA Championship on day 2 of the tournament, and it was early morning. There was heavy rains, and unfortunately, there was a vehicle involved. One of the vehicles for the tournament, one of the buses that was transporting people, struck and killed a pedestrian. And that caused a bunch of officers to be on scene, and they were navigating traffic. And again, this was around 5 or 6 a.m. So still dark outside, and the players were navigating into the country club, and people were navigating around the scene. Scottie Scheffler, who is a player, was pulling into the country club, was doing what he believed he was supposed to be doing. All of a sudden, a cop comes and chases him down, and I think the word from the warrant was attaches himself to the vehicle. And was then
I assume that this officer is 50% limpet.
We're going to see.
You know what a limpet is.
No, I don't, Ian.
You don't know what a limpet is.
All the time.
Do I have to pull up an image of a limpet?
I don't know if that's a good thing or not. What are you pulling up? What image are you?
I'll show you what a limpet is. You're like, I hate this. I don't know what this is.
I'm so concerned. So.
Limpet.
Oh, it's a barnacle.
It's not really a barnacle because barnacles fix themselves in place and don't move. Limpets do move, but they're slow.
Okay.
So limpets are mobile, but they attach themselves to things.
All right. You got it. So the officer filed a complaint. Let me see if I can't find this stupid thing. That's the problem with moving all the stuff. It's all of my files.
Registration opens in 1 minute for the chat who's focus.
They're so yeah. Don't miss that registration, buddy. Where is my Scottie Scheffler? Where'd you go, bud?
Where's my credit card? Which I need to not hold up on a stream.
Don't do that. That's bad.
My account would be I think I'd be buying a lot of gifts for somebody in a real hurry if I did that by accident.
Probably. Scottie Scheffler police report. Let's see if we can't find it this way. Because I want to read the report. And we're going to read the report because I think it bears reading while we kind of
55 seconds.
I'm going to let you keep doing that. Scottie Scheffler. Give me that police report, my friend. Where are we? Come on, Rob. You can do this. You remember how to click the buttons sometimes. Maybe do. Let's see. Give me that police report.
Oh, yes. People pointing out that I accidentally almost doxed myself. And the only thing that saved me is that I was on the tiny camera instead of the big camera.
What did you do?
I got a new mic cable.
Yeah.
Because my mic cable was acting up because I ran over it with my chair. And then I was like, hey, I got a new mic cable. And guess what's on the label? All right. Let's go limited. Let's go no class. Member number.
Okay. I found the police report. Good. We have the police report. So I'm going to read the police report of what this officer testified to. And then we're going to see the actual, we actually now see what the injuries are. So let's swoop to the first topic. And where is the swoop? There it is. So police report, share screen. Here we go. So here were the charges. Scott Scheffler, world's number one golfer, was. You got it?
I am registered.
Now you can focus. Well,
now I'm not approved to shoot yet, but I am registered. It is a 2-day event. So in September, I got to make sure it's not Extra Life Day. I don't think it is, but if it's Extra Life Day, I'm moving Extra Life Day. So
you got it. All right. So Scott Scheffler, this report we might remember because Scott Scheffler was charged with a felony assault in the second degree of a police officer. And this was the detective's narrative. Detective Gillis was directing traffic into Gate 1 of the Valhalla golf course due to the road being closed in both directions from an earlier fatal collision. Listed subject was driving eastbound to gain access to the course. Subject pulled into the westbound lanes where outbound traffic was flowing, and to avoid backed up traffic, Detective Gillis was in the middle of the westbound lanes in full LMPD uniform and a high-vis yellow reflective rain jacket. Detective Gillis stopped subject and attempted to give instructions. Subject refused to comply and accelerated forward, dragging Detective Gillis to the ground. Detective Gillis suffered pain, swelling, and abrasions to his left wrist and knee. He was transported to the hospital for further medical treatment by emergency personnel. Detective Gillis' uniform pants, valued at approximately $80, were damaged beyond repair. The audacity. Now, the reason why I'm making light of this is because we've all seen the footage in the time since that, which honestly shows Scottie Scheffler not doing any of the things that was being said. Like, it just shows him kind of complying and being like, hey, I was confused. We don't see a lot. What we got recently, though, was actually, let's do this. First, the charges, which originally the prosecutor was like, we're going to treat him just like everybody else. But when Scott Scheffler's defense attorney was like, hey, can we move the arraignment date because it's very inconvenient for my calendar? Prosecutor was like, no.
Now, to be fair, this prosecutor might just be a bag of dicks always.
Well, that's a phrase that's really early. Okay.
I'm sorry, I should have waited until later, but might be a bag of hot dogs.
That's better. That's better.
There are some people who are just like a sack of hot dogs, and that is what it is.
Well, okay. So let's see. This is the charges being dismissed. Let me know if you guys can hear it.
Until 1 o'clock, if you all want to go ahead and get started, it's up to you.
We're ready, Your Honor.
Ready?
I'm ready, Your Honor.
That's Scott
All right,
Scheffler's attorney.
Hello, everyone. My name is Judge Ann Delahanty. Welcome to Jefferson District Court in Louisville, Kentucky. We are here today on the Scottie Scheffler case. So I hear there are some motions.
This judge definitely knows there's freaking cameras in the courtroom. There's like 9 million cameras, and the judge definitely knows it. But professional.
That we need to hear. Is that correct?
That's correct, Judge.
Go ahead, Mr. O'Connell.
Getting news that it's quiet. Give me 1 second. I'll boost it.
Thank you, Judge Delahanty. And may it please the court, and Mr. Romans. Your Honor, today I will be tendering to the court a motion to dismiss all the charges against Mr. Scott Scheffler. But if it pleases the court, I would like to offer a brief explanation on the record, please.
Of course.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm here today representing.
I would have laughed so hard.
I recognize the importance of this case.
Go on. I want to hear why you're laughing, because I'm laughing.
I would have laughed so hard if she just said, "No, that's not appropriate. It's just dismissed. Get out of here." Like, next case.
Side note, this is the most formal dismissal of charges I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, you know what the average person gets when their charges are dismissed?
piece
On
of
the matter of Scheffler, dismissed. And now on the
State's
matter
proceeding.
of, like,
Yeah.
Moses, charged with disturbing a water source. We're proceeding on, state is ready to proceed.
State's ready to proceed. Yeah, no, this is the most formal. We are dropping the charges I have ever seen in my life.
To our community. While I've worked closely with my great team, I want to make clear that the decisions throughout this process were ultimately mine.
Oh,
The events that led us here today began with a tragedy. And as most people know, of course, just after 5 a.m. on May 17th in a steady rainstorm, Mr. John Mills was struck and killed by a shuttle bus out at the location where these matters took place. I have a copy of Mr. Mills's obituary and a very good.
why
photo
do you have a
of him that
copy of an obituary to withdraw a charge? This is ridiculous. Oh,
Mhm.
this kind of makes me mad because, like, literally no one else gets an explanation, but like a sports star gets an explanation. A
Oh, it's
sports
not-
star
it's-
gets a
It's not-
justification, all of this. Like, if you're not going to do this for like Joe Boggs, who you just, like, oh yeah, we arrested him on the suspicion of, like, possession of bad pictures at his office and made sure to tell everyone. And then it turned out that one of our officers misread the IP address and we arrested the wrong dude. If you're not going to do that, like, explanation,
Then don't do this.
then don't do this. This is not in the interests of justice. This is in the interests of them.
This is pissing me off because, one, when I show you what is being conveyed as the injuries it's sustained, this never should have been charged ever.
Oh,
And it should have been as simple as, we're dismissing. It should have been one sentence. You don't have to go into the unfortunate passing of the other individual.
hell,
who
in a
was-
lot of places, you can dismiss a charge
on paper.
without even it coming into court. Just a letter saying, "Oh yeah, this is dismissed," and then you send the counsel a letter saying it's dismissed, and nobody actually has to show up for that. That's not everywhere, but I'm still like, yeah.
Nanner, if you're lost, this is the DA or the Commonwealth's attorney dismissing charge against Scott Scheffler. We have not yet heard anything of the charge of Scott Scheffler, and we're 1 minute and 38 seconds in. Instead, we're getting an obituary of another individual who passed that morning, which had honestly nothing. And you sit there and you go, yeah, he passed. It's very, very, very tragic for that family, but it has nothing to do with these charges.
It's tragic for that family, and get it out your mouth to save your butt.
Yeah.
Like, Don't use that family's tragedy to justify your bullshit.
Yep.
Matches what is said in the obituary from his family and others
How-
that
Oh,
pay tribute to him.
is he's gonna read it?
Mills leaves behind a wife, 4 children, a team of grandchildren, and my hope is that there will be more attention soon paid to Mr. Mills and his well-lived life.
Please tell me the next thing
No
is one of the
family
family
has
members stepping out of the
designated
gallery and slapping this dude.
No.
the Bluegrass Center for Autism for anyone wanting to make a donation in his memory. The death of John Mills is not a part of this case before you, as you know, Your Honor, but this terrible
Then why did you spend? What? Why? Then
Because
why are
his
you
family
doing
didn't
this?
raise him right. That's what it comes down to.
Like, why is this now being somehow tied into anything doing with a golfer being?
incident set in motion a confusing and chaotic scene at Gate 1 of the Valhalla
Oh.
Golf Course. Because of this tragedy, Detective Brian Gillis, along with other members of LMPD, were rerouted from their assigned duties to secure an active investigation scene. A significant amount of traffic had already built up when Detective Gillis arrived and began coordinating the authorized flow of traffic.
You know what? I'm pulling this up. I didn't even see that. Hang on. Where was this? Hang on, the chat. These are my monkeys. Yeah. I've already said I've never heard charges being dismissed like this in this fashion.
But they got permission to put them, like, they gave the
Look
media
at-
permission to mic him up.
all the mics. Look at all
'Cause
those microphones.
You can see that those are media mics. Those aren't
Oh, yeah.
courtroom mics. Those are media mics. Gross.
Yep. Because you know what?
Gross.
The charging was wrong. And when the charging is wrong, the media's like, this is not right, guys. Like, I get it. Like, he's a golfer. And you're right. You know what's funny? If this wasn't Scott Scheffler and he didn't have the public media outcry, these charges would have gone forward.
Yeah.
Stupidity be damned, overcharging be damned. These charges would have gone forward.
Oh, I'm sure there's tons of
Yeah.
people sitting in jail right now going, what the F? I got convicted for that crap.
And you know what's funny? It's not Scott Scheffler's fault. It's
Oh, no.
this. It's this. It's this.
Into Gate 1. Mr.
Somebody says, I don't know who
was
Scott
not
Scheffler is.
informed
You're
of the
right
fa-
not to
of
know
the
because he's a golfer.
fatality and was driving to the course prior to the playing in the second round of the PGA Championship. Prior to Mr. Scheffler's arrival, several authorized PGA vehicles were properly allowed to enter Valhalla through Gate 1. A bus, clearly seen on the videos, was attempting to turn around or turn into the same entrance, and the LMPD correctly stopped that bus and
He's trying to rationalize it. So he out of in the same sentence he says,
Oh,
by
this
the
is
way,
a big
Hialeah in the chat.
justification for his bullshit.
He's really saying several vehicles were allowed, several PGA authorized vehicles, you mean like other players, were allowed to go in this route. But then a cop stopped this one bus, and this one bus, the stopping of this one bus should have informed Scottie Scheffler that he shouldn't act like the other vehicles that were going into the tournament.
This is also why I can't be trusted with a major news network, because when it was like, hey, we're going to mic this all up, this would have been a great idea, just to get a great big dong as a mic and just set it right there in front of him.
That is
just to really communicate the level of excellence that he's achieving right now.
Yeah. Just dismiss the charges, my dude. Like, just make them go away. Everyone's been telling you to dismiss the charges since the charges were brought. This is a joke. But thank you, John Gottman, for the super chat.
Instructed it to turn around. Detective Gillis stopped vehicles entering Valhalla while the bus attempted to complete this maneuver. Mr. Scheffler's Mr. Scheffler's was one among the first vehicles to reach the point at which Detective Gillis was stopping cars. The interaction that followed between Detective Gillis and Mr. Scheffler resulted in LMPD filing 4 charges. My team and I began, reviewing evidence as it came to us following the events of May 17th. We continued to receive and to review evidence throughout that weekend and late into the following week. We completed our final interviews with police and lay witnesses after the close of business on Friday, May 24th. We continued to work through the long Memorial Day weekend and have brought this matter before the court at the earliest opportunity following our complete review. My office conducted our work in a thorough and expeditious manner.
Fuck off. No, you didn't.
As a backdrop to what the work that our office does, what every prosecutor's office has to do when reviewing matters are the Kentucky Rules of Professional Conduct, which obviously are the rules of quote ethics.
Just withdraw.
Supreme Court.
Judge, why are you letting him do this? Judge, you are a bad person for allowing this.
This is really bad, right? Like, I'm not the only one sitting there going, this is terrible. This is terrible.
Yeah, the way this should have been withdrawn is next matter is Scheffler. We withdraw. After that, it's, you know, whoever the hell comes alphabetically after Scheffler. Scheffler.
Side note, this is the first time I'm seeing this all the way through. I watched the first minute and I was like, I have to play this stupid thing. Like, I can't let this stupidity go unchecked.
It's adopted.
And you were like, Runkle's going to be interested in a golf story. So
guidelines
we've got to make this happen.
Prohibitions on things for lawyers as they practice. Section 3.8 in those rules is actually styled special responsibilities of a prosecutor. And court may be familiar with that from another time. But it says in there, in the commentary, the very first sentence, a prosecutor has the responsibility of a minister of justice and not simply that of an advocate.
Then why are you doing this? Sir, you are being such a giant dog that you are going to, that your next job is going to be with Bad Dragon.
Of a prosecutor under Rule 3.8 of the Kentucky Supreme Court rules requires that prosecutors, and I quote, refrain from prosecuting a charge that the prosecutor knows is not supported by probable cause.
Where the accused is famous.
Based upon the totality of the evidence, my office cannot move forward in the prosecution of the charges filed against Mr. Scheffler. Mr. Scheffler's characterization that this was, quote, a big misunderstanding, close quote, is corroborated by the evidence. The evidence we reviewed supports the conclusion that Detective Gillis,
you are a giant dog,
was concerned for public safety at the scene when he initiated contact with Mr. Scheffler. However, Mr. Scheffler's actions and the evidence surrounding their exchange during this misunderstanding do not satisfy the elements of any criminal offenses. For these reasons, Judge,
get to it. Just get there.
I now tender to the court a
7 minutes. 7 minutes.
While we're withdrawing the charges, we did nothing wrong. This cop did nothing wrong. And I'm going to read this obituary that has nothing to do with it to tell you just how important it was that we arrest this guy.
Case against Mr. Scheffler with prejudice. Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge, it's taken me a long time to understand that when I'm winning, don't talk. So I have nothing to say, Your Honor. We accept.
Oh, shit. He had something to say.
You know what? He's dead serious right on that one.
He's 100% right, but every freaking lawyer knows he has a whole lot to say.
Oh, yeah. Just at one point I had a judge after like we were, the prosecutor was asking for a sentence that was ridiculous, and the judge, I told the judge, like, all right, my position on sentence, the Crown prosecutor was asking for a year and a half, and I came in at 30 days, which was time served. So I was like, my position is 30 days, time served. And the judge says, Mr. Runkle, I agree with you that that's appropriate. But if there's anything you want to say, I was like, no, sir, if you're in agreement, I am not talking you out of that. Yep. So proceed. And he was like, very good, Mr. Runkle. That's the thing, is you can't throw shit at the prosecutor right now because it's your client on the line. And as much as you might be pissed, but you can think it real hard.
You can do it outside. But so some people are wondering, and you made the comment too, what is it that we're even talking about? So this is the footage, right? So this is the incident that occurs on your left, like where let me see if you guys see my mouse. There's the mouse. No, you can't. To the left is the Valhalla Country Club entrance, like up here, right? So you're going to see a bus. You're going to see everyone. We're going to zoom. We're going to speed this up a little bit.
By the way, just stepping foot on that grass costs like my entire yearly income.
Yeah. So the white fence over here, that's the Valhalla Country Club entrance. These are the buses of patrons that are going. And right there, you see they highlight the camera. They highlight it. So this is what is...
I'm coming in hot. I'm turning my volume down.
There, right there. You see that? That's Scott Scheffler's car. Now, when the detective says he attached himself to the vehicle and was dragged, I don't know. But he runs down, he taps on the car, he tries to jiggle the handle, and he reaches into the car. He's clearly pissed, and he's like, hey, bro, yeah. Yells, look at him. His full ass is in the car. Okay, there you go. That's one choice. Another officer comes over because he sees the commotion. They call over, now flashlights. All of this is what led to, car's open. I'm going to take Scott Scheffler and throw him against the car. That's him being thrown up against the car. So that's essentially the entire incident. But going back, the officer was apparently dragged and suffered some significant injuries. Let's take a look at the injuries. This comes courtesy of Ward Jones in Louisiana. So this is the officer in question, Detective Gillis. Those are the pants. Those are the pants.
Oh man,
they were damaged beyond any possible repair. Ian,
he was taken for emergency stitches.
The $80 pants.
You know, I have pants that are ripped up worse than that I still wear.
Ian, but look at the injuries.
That looks like a grade 3 Bobo to me. He's going to need his mom to kiss that better.
Look at the injuries, Ian. He went to the hospital after this, by the way, to get checked out, by the way. Yeah.
I'm sure he did.
No, he did. He did. Look at the injuries.
I believe him. I believe he did, but yeah, that
yeah.
So
hang on,
what is the police equivalent of the Purple Heart for this?
Hang on. Gotta get the footage of the arrest.
So I'm terribly sorry. Okay, keep your hand back there.
I'm just trying to get to my tea time.
Shaking.
Guys, I'll keep my arms back there. I promise. Man, I'm about to get arrested. I'm trying to get to a tea time.
The corner came through, says you have a van that's coming through. It's going to be dark blue van.
Let go your hands. Let go your hands.
No markings on it. It'll need
All right.
to be left.
Put that, keep that hand back there. Sorry.
I saw it. I saw it all. So what do you have? We tried to pull through it. All right. That's it.
That's
Let's walk him over to your car.
He did tell me to stop, but as I went by him, he grabbed my arm, and I was afraid I couldn't tell he was a police officer.
Okay.
I'm sorry, man. Can you please help
Just
me?
keep going that way. Keep going that way.
Back up, or you're going to
Stop. Back up.
I'm back. Get back.
Go.
That was a reporter for ESPN. They were yelling to get back.
Your game was right.
Yeah, I don't think
Of course they were.
So we also have additional body cam and footage released that was from inside the cop
No
car.
drink today, right? Nothing drink this morning at all? Just mouthwash. Okay. So if he gave you a PBT test, which is like a breath
one
test,
right now.
The dude's going, he's going to play a second. You think the guy's taking up and ripping shots like on his way to round 2 of the PGA tournament?
usually people are like, no, I'm not doing that.
Like, yes, give me the breathalyzer.
I mean, obviously he's ripping shots. Like that's just how you achieve peak performance.
Oh yeah, that's I wouldn't. So I assume you're pretty good if you're playing the PGA.
I'm all right now.
No, he's just lost on the way to the bank.
Hold up. Scottie Scheffler. Scottie Scheffler is the world #1 golfer. He's on a tear. He has beaten everybody down. And they say, so I assume you're pretty good. And Scott Scheffler goes, I'm all right. Okay. All right.
I mean, that's what I expect the best of the best to do is go, yeah, I'm all right.
Yeah.
I expect the guy who's like 8th to be like, I am hot shit. And it'll be like, you're one of those words.
Is Tiger as good as they say he is, or is that
Pretty good.
all right?
He's
looks
like,
you got
Tiger's okay too.
text and
Can you open that one? That's my manager. 16. Oh,
it's got your face
Is
ID.
Tiger's as good as he says he is?
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, I'm the guy who's beaten Tigers. So
Well, Scotty goes pretty damn good. But you know what? Cheers to that cop. That's not the arresting officer. That's the other cop. That cop is clearly trying to keep him calm, trying to calm down. Is like, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
It's
no.
the last thing you want. Yeah. So, oh baby, that is. Then there's one more clip here. Let's see what this one shows. This apparently is of Officer Gillis or Detective Gillis testifying or speaking about what's going on.
one line. Just tell him to stop.
Okay. She's got him down there.
All right. I put this vehicle out of the way on the shoulder.
Hold up. Hang on. Is that his body cam?
Hmm?
Let me double check. I don't know this to be true yet. Detective Gillis did not have his body cam running during the incident in question. Got written up for it too. Did not have his body cam running during the incident, but this is apparently body cam footage that depicts something he's saying. I haven't watched the footage yet. But did he turn his body cam on after the altercation? Tell me you
God
turned
damn
on
it.
late.
Oh, but I can't get out of this fucking vehicle.
Come here. They want to talk to you.
Who? Man?
Yeah.
No.
I'm pissed. My pants are ripped. I have this.
He fucking turned it on after. Are you kidding me? Also, listen to the change in tone when the door opened.
God damn it. Oh, but I can't get out of this fucking vehicle.
Come here. They want to
That's
talk.
the officer who's having trouble getting out, or
Yeah.
is that Sammy?
Man,
Yeah.
you are. I'm pissed. My pants are ripped. I have this scrape on my knee.
Did
and
you say pissed his pants?
Okay, we're getting you checked out.
Fine.
EMS ride, or do you want?
No, I'm not that bad. Just my knee.
No, we're taking you to get looked at. It's not a.
Go get looked at. And then once you get
My pants are ripped.
Okay, at least the officer says I'm not that bad. I'm okay. I'll give him that.
I don't
Yeah.
have his information yet. I was just trying to get his vehicle out of the way so he can move everything.
She coming down here. I'm gonna stick him with you. All right. He's gonna make sure to do like the injured employee and all the other different stuff.
Folks, the hospital trip is for liability purposes for the department. That's the only reason they're really doing that. The injured employee stuff is all policy.
Yeah. No, that's fine. If he said he needed to go to the hospital, I would be awarding him a,
Something.
I would be awarding him some points, but they're not positive points. They are like well into the negative.
they can sit on the side.
Right. Like he went around everybody else. We already had a line of them trying to come in, and he decided he's going
Are
to
you
do.
recording?
No, it wasn't at the time. Was it?
Oh my
You
God.
could see the look on the officer's face. Is
Oh my God.
were you recording? And he's like, no, I wasn't at the time. And he's like,
Oh my God. So much disappointment.
Oh, this is so bad.
Wasn't expecting to be run over.
Yeah. You're not.
Run over, sir.
Everything was de-stressed.
Yeah.
I'm sure the cars.
I mean, it's just a fucking form. I'm not worried about it. It's just like
He goes. I'm going to go. My hands on, and I'm like, no, you're not. He goes, I'm going to go. He floors it.
I'm sorry. What in that video shows anything of him flooring it?
yeah, this is a little bit of reconstructive history right there.
Yeah. What you got to do with it?
one.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate, but it's
Yeah.
what it is.
He straight told me he's going to go.
Oh my God.
Couldn't find his. I'm going to try to see if I can get his information. Can you find out where he put his wallet at?
Hey, Scotty. Hey, man, where in your car is your wallet? Just so we can get all your stuff together.
The side of your gym bag?
Like
I
a
got
side
it up
pocket?
for you, too. The what?
Hey,
I got all of
Rick.
it.
Hey, Scott.
Okay.
But yeah,
It's right next to
I
my
was looking at Jim, I
PGA
didn't see in there. Where
championship
is
trophy
it?
from last year.
It's oh my God, this is so bad. This gets worse and worse. And now I want to bring back into context the fucking DA when the DA is like, it is our obligation only to bring charges when the ethical standards and all of the above. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is so bad. Oh, this is so bad.
Yeah, that speech is the verbal equivalent of a wank sock.
That was gross.
But tell me I'm wrong.
I'm not gonna do that, but that was gross.
Are you the one that I called?
Yes. I mean, you hurt my wrist, my ankle, my knee, and like ripped my pants. Wait, I'm directing traffic. It says police on me.
I know.
Let the employees in, and they'll turn them around from there. Stand on the hood.
So the guy was like where you're at. We have some cars were trying to pull in.
Oh,
I
I
go,
see this.
hold up! I'm trying to turn.
Come on, I want to see this. Come on.
I'm right here on the south entrance where everybody's turning in.
No, he's describing what happened. I want to hear the fucking description. Let me. Come on.
He's getting checked out.
Okay.
Fucking wrist hurts.
Don't grab a moving car. I mean, that's.
Oh, I know this. PGA shit. Fucking shit.
Wait, what?
He said PGA shit.
Oh, I know this. PGA shit. Fucking shit.
Looking for the wall.
Fan forward radio. The corner van is on its way quickly now. And
Do you see the 29 on the front of the car?
I did
Did
not
you see that? Remember how they were saying PGA authorized vehicles? Now you see the 29 on the front of the car?
Yes.
Yeah. This is a good question. This is a good question. Is that a legal search? Yes. This is called a SILA, search incident to a lawful arrest. The officers are allowed to make a search of certain things, and plus Scott Scheffler also gave him consent to go find his wallet. So
where I am, this would be debatable on a legal search.
But you did hear Scott Scheffler, like when he asked where the ID was, he was like, "It's in my there." Like, go.
He's not looking for the wallet.
No,
this
now
is
he's looking for
clearly
other
not a
stuff.
wallet search, right?
Yeah, but once you give consent to that little scope, he's in the US. He's kind of allowed to go a little bit.
Oh, well, where I am, consent to search for to get the wallet is consent to get the wallet. In the same way that if you're out with a woman and she gives you consent to, like, shake her hand, that's all it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I'm just saying, don't date this time.
Yeah, the car's spotless, bro.
Oh, my car does not look like that.
There it is. There's the wallet.
I'm okay. Is that where the thing machine?
Oh, you got the ID. Good for you.
Yeah, my wrist hurts, my knee hurts. Almost fucking ran me over.
Yeah, some of the guys were throwing the ball.
Almost fucking ran me over.
Familiar. Like, oh, girl, I'm just got fog. Right in my face.
So what you got?
Manual or not? Can't remember.
Fill out the hurt
Oh.
feelings report and move on.
Well, remember how we were talking about the attorney that was, I've learned that when I'm winning an argument, not to say anything.
Mm-hmm.
We
What
won
do you
the
have to say
argument.
outside the courtroom?
He went outside. So let's see what he says outside. Now it's 15 minutes. We're not going to play all of it. I just want to play a bit of it.
I hope it involves the word MF a lot.
No, but there was a whole lot he was thinking in his head.
His family, because
I'll translate.
These kind of tournaments can't go on without people like John Mills working out there and volunteers and that type thing, and it's just a tragic situation. We were pleased that the case was dismissed today. Obviously, was dismissed without prejudice or with prejudice, which is something that we had required.
Because this case was garbage.
Go forward and litigate this matter. We were also prepared to litigate the case civilly.
We were going to sue the crap out of them.
At the time actually we were going to start beginning litigating it civilly on Monday. Whenever Scottie had to appear in court, we were going to begin the litigation regarding the civil matter.
That officer was going to buy Scottie a new boat.
Do that. He wants to move on, and
he doesn't even like boating.
He's obviously having a historic career.
It was just going to be an ornamental boat. He lives inland.
Garbage.
That boat was purely for the purpose of.
The garbage truck is a paid actor, and the lawyer's like, "Can you just pick up your shit and go, please? Like, I'm trying to just get through this." The
garbage truck.
There's
you
a very
can't blame the garbage truck. It's the officer's ride home.
Oh my God. There's a very different tone between the two things that you saw, right? So you see the DA in court read this remarkably prepared statement, and this lawyer's just throwing his hands up. He's like, I don't fucking know, man. Like, what are we? We're going to litigate the hell out of this. We're going to sue the city. Like, yes, it was a tragedy. I hate the tragedy. I hate all of it that it clouds this issue. We wanted to sue the hell out of the cops. Like, this was a bullshit.
Why doesn't he want to file a lawsuit?
Well, Andy, lawsuits are paid by the taxpayers. If he prevails in civil litigation against LMPD, who pays that? Taxpayers of Louisville.
He's got enough money.
Taxpayers of Louisville to
he'd be taking from the taxpayers and throwing it into his giant Scrooge McDuck swimming pool full of money, and he figures the taxpayers don't need that.
You know what? That's not a bad argument. Of all the defense attorneys that are out there about like suing cities, all this stuff, I don't hate this. I kind of like this. Scott Scheffler's like,
I think that's a solid play right there. Good on him.
I've got money. I know this is a winning lawsuit. I don't want to pursue it. Just drop the fucking thing and let me keep playing golf.
Yep. He's like, I can just manufacture money out of thin air just by like wishing it into existence. So we don't need this.
Is a distraction for anyone, and the truly historic season he is having right now, being involved in litigation would be a distraction. And as we've learned, you all local know I was involved in Kenneth Walker's case. I was involved in David McAtee's case. Litigation doesn't
hire me because I am the greatest lawyer ever. That's what that sentence means.
Continually bringing those litigations, and it doesn't change. If Scottie thought it would somehow make a positive difference, I'm sure he would be willing to do anything that would make.
This is a defense attorney who has been around the block. This guy, he is speaking true defense attorney language. Like, if we thought it would change any of the shit they're doing, maybe we'd sue them, but we know it's not going to do it. It's not going to change. I've been litigating this shit for a long time. It's going to keep happening. This isn't going to change that. It's just going to take money away from the taxpayer. It's just been more of a drama show that he doesn't want. I'm vibing with this attorney.
A positive change in policing or anything else.
We don't have any way to sue this guy into fire.
As well as regarding the criminal case. And he understands it was a miscommunication. as Mr. O'Connell said, he wasn't aware that the fatality had occurred. He had been.
We're going to throw this cop a bone, even though he doesn't
how to
deserve it.
proceed into Valhalla. That's what he was doing. And, you know, when this occurred, obviously tensions were high. As you can tell from the body cam audio that several of you asked me about in the police car on the way downtown, that is Scottie Scheffler. He is, as always, as nice and
he's basically saying this is my favorite client ever because he didn't do the stupid
polite
thing
and respectful.
He didn't do the Mel Gibson and like
I can
drop
assure you,
some,
if I was in the back of that
some
police
slurs
car, I
or
would not
whatever.
have been nearly as polite as he was.
I would have
That's
dropped the
who he
slurs,
is.
the lawyer says.
And you know, the one thing about this possible criminal case, as I said, we were prepared to try the case, and a civil case. Every case is dependent on the quality of the defendant or the plaintiff.
Yep.
If they are likable, they are credible, and they are honest, then you have a good case. Scottie
And this is a
Scheffler,
likable-
you cannot find one person to say a bad word about it. When he's in the police
there's
car
always one
after
person.
being falsely arrested, he is still a perfect gentleman. I can assure you, Andy Wolfson, you would not have. Okay, I mean, it is remarkable the restraint and character he evidenced, not only during the incident, after the incident as he's being taken downtown, and in the press conference that day. Scottie Scheffler, we need more Scottie Schefflers in the world.
How does he feel like
But that would ruin the game of golf.
He's not from Louisville, but there were lots of people supporting
We
him
can't clone him.
from then until now.
Well, how do you
it's
ruin the
obviously didn't-
I take
didn't
that
do
back.
anything.
You can't ruin the game of golf.
No, come on, take it easy. The dude, the thing is, and that's enough of the press conference. We don't need to see the rest of it. Those charges were a fucking joke. And what was funny was I remember seeing the press release and going, holy shit, really? And then it was like Scott Scheffler. Look, there are athletes that are assholes. A lot of them.
I would say it's not all that many. It's only like 96, 97%.
And, you know, had this been some other people, imagine if John Daly, who's, you know, ripping 2 packs of cigarettes a day and drinking 30 beers on a golf course. Imagine he gets arrested in that same fashion. Yeah, he's going to behave a little differently. But, but Scottie Scheffler has always been one of the people that's like a bright, shining spot on the PGA Tour. The guy's wife just everything about this dude is legit and awesome and amazing. And when the charges were reported, like it's assault on a police officer, I'm going, what the fuck? Really? How? And then I see this and it's like, okay, wait. And we did. We waited. We get to the end of it. And it's like, oh, no, he's still a really cool dude. That was on the cops.
It's like world's nicest man punches cop at fault. That's basically, it's not a punch, but it's basically the case here.
So I started covering that case. I wanted to bring it around to the end before I got on any other stuff, because I saw some of that stuff and I saw the newly released stuff today, the ripped pants. Oh my God. And the hurt arm and the hurt leg. Well, so much dumb. Let me catch up on super chats on the topic so we're not missing the topic. Carly Collette, I'm sure the PGA was like, yeah, we're going to patronize your state anymore if you keep it up. I don't think the PGA had very much to do with this. I think his attorney came in very righteously pissed off. And I would be too if I saw that evidence. Comment, what's the difference between a dong show and a gong show? I don't know. And I don't know that I want to know the answer. Thanks for becoming
If
a
you
member.
do it wrong enough, you could probably combine the two.
You're on fire tonight. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. AD, will the Saab City travel defense work with driverless cars? I was traveling. No, the car was traveling, sir. Entry required. Late. Have to go start.
Sir,
Love
you need to
guys.
call my
2-2
car,
live.
my car's lawyer.
Car's lawyer. Yeah, we need car lawyers now. Crazy Cat Queen. The cops are freaking. Well, that's a word I'm not going to say out loud. It's cat. Crazy Cat King. Wow, there was a whole lot of dramatization during that. Fat Yoga. So great to see you together. Thank you. Glad to be back. Crazy Cat Queen. Isn't that slander against Scottie? No,
Not in court.
Not in court. They had a civil suit if they wanted it, but I buy what the attorney was saying.
He doesn't say anything bad about Scottie per se. He just basically says a bunch of things about the cop, about the prosecution, but they don't say anything about Scottie. I don't think no lawyer's going to want to run that as a defamation suit.
Yep.
So,
Lindsay, thank you for the chat. Sorry, random off-topic question. What should I be using to condition my wood cooking utensils? Mineral oil. I'm overdue on maintaining them because when I Google, I end up with decision paralysis with the number of results that come up. Mineral oil.
If you've got a Lee Valley, walk in there, say, I got wooden cooking utensils, and they'll find you the product and put it in your hands.
Yep. Pure mineral oil and maybe beeswax. That's it. Both
I'd
food
say
friendly and safe.
Mineral oil is probably the better bet. Beeswax is not going to eat.
And beeswax, they probably put additives in it too. So mineral oil and just pure mineral oil. He's got the cops in big trouble.
Food grades, and make sure it says food grade, because just go into a Lee Valley or that and say, I mean, you could bring the wooden spoon and just be like, I need to fix this, and they'll help you.
Casey Cat, the cop's in big trouble for multiple reasons. No body cam and false report and something else on administrative leave, and sounds like he will lose his job. Well, I don't wish anyone. The dude was overreacting. I get that. I don't have enough information on anything that happens outside of this incident to know anything else, so I'm not going to opine on that. The body camera, though, that was magically flipped on after the event took place pisses me off.
I suspect that he flipped it on afterwards because
he realized that
he realized that it was off and went, "Oh shit!" and turned it on. That
and you saw the other cop.
That I'm not going to put a lot on.
You saw the other cop, and like when he was like, the guy goes, "Was your body cam on?" He goes, "No, unfortunately." And the cop's like you knew.
Yeah, the cop's like, really?
Yeah. Rockfish Fish, thank you for the super chat. Rockfish Fish again. Why have an officer that was run over search? I don't know. That was a choice. They could have chosen somebody else.
Yeah, they could have benched the guy and said, "Hey, somebody else is doing everything from now on."
Honestly, I kind of would have benched him based on how he was acting. Like I would have said, like, you chill out over there. We're going to have this other officer go search the car.
Yep. It's not an unreasonable decision there.
Casey Cat, maybe you can apply for a Canton PD job. I don't know.
I don't know. Can he work a solo cup?
Or evidence tape. Robin 742. I didn't see. Now he ripped his pants. Oh, he ripped his pants. Like a little tear. It was very dramatic.
It was
this
tragic.
Could they sue the city and settle with a requirement the cop be fired? Not usually. Usually the city will.
It's in theory, but they'll never do that.
Exactly. And it's not really ever a defined term. Like the city would never, even if the city fired the cop, the city would never admit that they fired the cop as a result of the settlement, because then the city gets sued for firing the cop as a result of the settlement.
Unless there was an NDA or something. Yeah, I don't think it would be as part of the settlement. Yeah,
Here's what happens. City suits, like they get sued. Attorneys have this behind closed doors discussion and go and says, it would really go a long way for my client if that cop was no longer a cop. The city goes, hey, sorry, we have to let you go because reasons A, B, C, D, E, which have nothing to do with the event. And then the city goes back to Scott Scheffler and said, he's no longer with the force. And Scott Scheffler goes, I'm cool with that. Like, but it's never a part of the settlement ever. That would be so many violations of employment law.
Yeah, the employment lawyer, some other employment lawyers like, Ma, put down a down payment on a boat.
Yeah, because we're getting this money. Lori Howard, Do you think this lawyer was saying a qualifying immunity challenge would be a worthless fight?
It takes
it's
a
not-
lot to crack qualified immunity.
It does. And this wouldn't be a lawsuit against him personally. This would be a lawsuit against the city. Qualified immunity only exists when you're suing the individual in their individual capacity.
I mean, the thing is you'd name the individual and he'd be qualified immunity'd out.
Yeah, but you're
And
still going
that's
after the
it.
city. The city has the pockets.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing is you're not going to fix this guy by suing him because, yeah.
Yeah. But that's the answer to that question. Cross-stitch 626. Should the injured officer be the one searching the car? I don't think so. I would have benched him. Bop it. Pro golfer maintains his cool under pressure. Color me not surprised. Fair.
I mean, it is an important part of the job, I assume.
Yep. Sarah Boo, are you two watching Owens v. Eckert on Monday? Yeah.
I'm thinking of, I mean, isn't Reed also running on Monday?
Yeah, I'm gonna flip back and forth.
I got to figure out a way to make it to do all that. So,
Catherine Frazier, glad to see you deep in the frenzy again. Thank you very much, Catherine Frazier.
it's been too long, man.
Yep. Torin 3 just officially diagnosed neurospicy at 55. Congratulations and welcome to the club. Now to properly harness my superpower. Torin, I've seen what you make, man. You have the superpower harnessed. Like you've got it. It's there. Thanks to you two and the chat for pointing the way. Don't thank us. Just you've had that power for a long time. Mischief. Hey. Good night, all. Thank you, mods. Have a good weekend. Thanks, Mischief. I'll see you soon.
We don't need details.
No. John Common, the most important question, does Scottie know? Nope, Scottie doesn't know. Scottie doesn't know. That's now in my head. Chris Cat Queen, I meant when the cop lied after he turned off his body cam slander against character, actual academic question. No.
I mean, it is communicated to a third party, but you're never going to land that.
And what's the damage? Like you have to prove damage to reputation. Like that's, I don't see that going. Plus,
Yeah,
it's a public figure, so you have to show actual malice, like intentional to harm the character. No, it's not happening.
Yeah, I just don't. It is so not worth it, even if you could land it.
Jessica Hicks, thanks for being a member. FNF is back. Love you guys and the mods in chat. Love the mods. Please thank the mods and the chat. Morgan, I didn't whine that much when my horse fell on me. My gosh, horses are. I hope you're okay. Yeah, that's also badass to you. Hen House Bath Company, who runs a company, Hen House Bath Company. Please check them out. Makes phenomenal little soaps that are very lovely scented. Celebrating 6 months cancer-free as of yesterday. I will cheers to that. 6 months cancer-free. Cheers to you, my dear. And may those months keep racking up, and may that cancer,
Goosebump
wherever it is, go
801.
away forever.
Goosebump 801. Give me a shout or shoot me an email. runkleofthebailey@gmail.com. I could be interested.
Okay. For Runkle's early mouth, love you guys. Yeah, he sounded off. Chris Cat Queen, thank you. I love learning stuff from y'all. Thank you very much. Michelle Jonas, watching a replay tomorrow. Good night, Rob and Ian. Though it is light outside still in northern Norway. Wow. Yeah, you guys are in that stage of year where you're not going to get a whole lot of dark.
Northern Norway is beautiful, though.
I've never been. I need to go. I need to go to a lot of places.
It's worth it. Bergen is lovely if you can manage to catch it on one of the 60 days a year that it's not raining. So, yeah.
Mickey, thank you for the very generous super chat. Margarita for my 73rd birthday today. Cheers to 73 years on this earth. May 74, 75, all the way up to 100 be even more enjoyable.
Get that high score.
Yep. Watch out for us Geminis. Happy housewarming to my favorite woodworking lawyer and his best elf friend. Thank you for the very kind remarks. And happy birthday, Mickey. Cindy Collins, best way to start my vacation. Missed the Friday night crew. Happy Friday from St. John's, Newfoundland. Happy Friday to you, and I hope you enjoy the vacation. Outside the box, popped in to say hi. We'll catch you on replay in Ireland time. Listening till I fall asleep. Missed you both on FNF. Glad to have you back. Ian on KR trial is fire. I agree.
Thank you.
Ian's
That
coverage
is
of
such
the
a
Karen
weird
Reed trial.
trial.
Well, we're getting to that next.
Oh man.
Ian's coverage of that trial has been so much fun, and to see Court TV popping into his chat. If you guys aren't watching that, you need to. It's the recaps are great. Court TV is there engaging, and Ian gets a little bit spicy. Just a bit. Will Newman, I didn't spring FNF on us. It was 2 weeks off. I had to come back somehow. So, all right. Speaking of the oh wait, hang on. Nick, I got to bring this up. Nick Loss. Sidebar number 208 Young Thug trial. Almost halfway to the OJ record of 436, but we have a year left of Young Thug. Oh, and the state's witness pled the fifth in front of the jury. Yes, and was held in contempt for refusing to answer and was jailed because of it.
Wow.
So that trial is going off. That trial's a clusterfuck. I don't know how anyone covers that.
I haven't been following that one, but yeah.
I don't have the patience. It's way too much. Casey Cat with a very generous super chat. A beverage for the FNF boys to celebrate your return and my 68 trip around the sun on Sunday. Happy 68th birthday. Cheers to you.
Also, you've got your Nightbot configured to be all friendly.
Yours is Fightbot. Mine's nice.
Mine is just the default, and I've been calling it Fightbot because it comes in swinging.
So I want to do this. We have a brief interlude. There was an interesting development this week, and one of my mods sent me this.
I wonder if Andy's going to get blocked for too many caps.
Yeah, Nightbot doesn't like caps. I don't want a report from CNN. Oh, give me something better than that. Sure, why not? We'll do WAPO. Can I get the original article, though? No, come on. Give me the article. I want the article. I want the article. If I throw it in this one. Okay, we're going to do it this way. So, swoop to a story that's, well, interesting. So, this happened this week. Per the Washington Post.
What?
Yeah, you're not reading that wrong. Hang on.
Oh, Henhouse Bath Company is asking, when do we get your thoughts on the Rust panel? I'll probably have to do that like Sunday.
Give me 1 second, folks. This is part of the thing of live streaming. You know what? We're going to do U.S. news. Fine. Go away. Fraud trial. Juror reports getting bag of $120,000 and a promise of more if she'll acquit. A juror was dismissed from a multi-million-dollar fraud trial on Monday after reporting that a woman dropped off a bag of $120,000 in cash at her home over the weekend.
By the way, I'm not a juror in anything, but I do accept bags of $120,000 of cash.
Dude, if I'm a juror in a case, 1, and they know where I live, 2, and they're bringing me money and they're saying please acquit, it's not far to think like the money could quickly become something other than money if I don't decide to go along.
Game on.
That's you.
That just sounds like the world's best game show.
That's just you.
It's like, I got 120K. Come get me. I'll be like the guy from what do you call it? Burt Gummer from what's the movie? Tremors.
Oh God, I love that movie. That's one of my favorite movies. Oh, so undervalued as a movie. But
I just keep sitting there.
I have to pull this out because Andy, my friend.
I pulled it up earlier, but
you did. I know you did. He's gonna get called out. So I wasn't paying attention because I was looking for the article. Shout out to my sister, who's Legal Bites, for agreeing to do the 9-month obesity awareness challenge. Yes, Alita is pregnant and due in about 4 months. So Andy, get ready for uncle status, my friend. Cheers to you for the trolling comment. And the last super chat was a double troll. Cheers to you. Thank you for that. So anyways, a juror was dismissed Monday after reporting that a woman dropped off a bag of $120,000 in cash at her home and offered her more money if she would vote to acquit 7 people charged with stealing more than $40 million from a program meant to feed children during the pandemic.
It's not just fraud. It's really reprehensible fraud.
Yeah. This is completely beyond the pale. Assistant U.S. Attorney Joseph Thompson said in court on Monday, this is outrageous behavior. This is stuff that happens in mob movies. That's exactly what happens in mob movies. These 7 are the first of 70 defendants expected to go to trial in a conspiracy that cost taxpayers $250 million. 18 others have pleaded guilty, and authorities said they recovered about $50 million in one of the nation's largest pandemic-related fraud cases. Prosecutors say that just a fraction of the money went to feed lower-income kids, while the rest was spent on luxury cars, jewelry, travel, and property. During the trial that began in April, defense attorneys questioned the quality of the FBI's investigation. Well, defense attorneys...
That is what defense attorneys do.
Yep, and suggested that this might be more a case of record-keeping problems than fraud, as these defendants sought to keep up with rapidly changing rules for the program, or food aid program. These 7 initial defendants were affiliated with a restaurant that participated in the food aid program. Those still awaiting trial include Feeding Our Futures founder, Amy Brock, who's pleaded not guilty and denied any wrongdoing. The 23-year-old juror said she immediately turned over the bag to cash to police.
Good
Honestly, as one should and would.
Absolutely,
because that's
she
scary
should.
AF. Absolutely,
she should. But I mean, I gotta say, a lot of people wouldn't. That's really tempting money for a lot of people. So
she said a woman left it with her father-in-law on Sunday with a message that said she'd get another bag of cash if she voted to acquit. Defense attorney Andrew Burrell told the judge that the bag of cash is a, quote, troubling and upsetting accusation. Sir.
Yeah, I'm sure she just had... this juror just went and decided to go and like pull out $120,000 from under her mattress just to malign your client
and give it to the feds because she doesn't want to be on the jury that badly. She doesn't want to be on the jury that badly. She's like, I have $120K. Let me somehow get that into cash, put it in a bag, make up this story, and then give it over to the
When we're done with this story, can I show off my new toy?
Yes. Before allowing the trial to continue with more closing arguments on Monday, the judge questioned the remaining 17 jurors and alternates, and none reported any unauthorized contact. Decided to sequester the jury for the rest of the proceeding as a precaution. As well you should. You get a note as a judge that one of your jurors just got $120K dropped on their porch.
Yeah.
Bailiffs, here's some extra firearms. Here's a nondescript location. You go there and look after my jury. I don't do it lightly, but I want to ensure a fair trial. The fact that she even hesitated, no, this is immediate sequestration. She didn't decide immediately whether to detain the defendants. I'd be thinking that way really quickly. But
you
she
wouldn't
did
know which
order.
defendant. That's the problem.
That's the problem. Yeah, you don't know. And you don't know if it's a group affiliated. You don't know if it's a secondary defendant. You don't know. You can't tie it to anything.
Yeah. Because it's not fair.
Go ahead.
You know, it's not fair if you're jailing everybody for one person.
But this is I don't know. This is kind of a joke. But she did order the FBI to confiscate the phones. Like, here's the thing. If you can magically make a bag of $120K in cash show up on a juror's doorstep, confiscating their primary phone probably is the least of your worries. Oh, hey, Court TV. Glad to see you. Why aren't you covering this? Well, it's federal court. You can't cover this. The aid money came from U.S. Department of Agriculture and was administered by the State Department of Education. Nonprofits and other partners of the program were supposed to serve meals to kids. That's a so 120K on a juror's doorstep. That's something.
Why don't they ever like get the address wrong and deliver it on my doorstep?
Because you're Canadian.
Yeah, they would have to get it very wrong.
Not to mention, like anything posted to Canadian, like all postal costs Canadian are way too expensive. Wow.
That is true.
Is that an upgraded setup?
That is a very nice gun.
That's not yours, is it?
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
You son of a bitch. Zoom in. Go do a zoom from the stock in. I don't like you.
Yes, you do.
I mean,
because at some point you're going to get to visit, and we're going to run some very expensive ammunition through that thing.
Testing. It's for science. Science.
Yeah, a box of 20 rounds for that thing. Guess what it costs?
$15, $20.
No.
$40, $50, $60.
Try 100 Canadian.
Probably a good range. It's worth it.
Yeah, I bought 2. I got to buy like another 5 boxes just to get that thing. Because I'm going to have to try to get that thing sighted in at like real precise sighting in at real long ranges. Somebody says, what the hell do I need such a big gun for? Shooting long ranges. So it's 308 Norma Magnum. So it shoots way far out.
Yeah, that'll do just fine. It also shoots close too if you want it to. Okay,
yeah,
so
I will probably try to sponsor a 3-gun match and have people take a shot out of that at a long distance target. It's not a huge gun. It's Canada limited some of the big guns, so we can't buy them legally anymore. But yeah.
Yes, the story is over. The bribe juror. The judge has sequestered the jury. I will try to pull that up next week to see more about that case. I just saw that article flash across, and it was something that caught me off guard. But now to more shenanigans. Are we ready for more shenanigans? We are.
We're always ready for more shenanigans.
Triple swoop. Yes. So, Karen Reed. The squirrels in my brain are worried about a lot of things. Squirrels running across the province of Canada should be scared. Karen Reed, the trial that
it is the trial that never ends.
No, it's not. That's YSL. That's Young Thug.
Oh,
Karen
you
Reed-
think that, but
Yes.
I'm pretty sure we've got another 20 days of it was snowing.
No, we've gotten beyond it was snowing. We
Have
know
we?
it was snowing. We do. And we know the snow was thawing, and officers were driving by the place where the snow was thawing. And we have a tail light reconstructed. Here's the thing. The defense has advanced a theory that honestly most defenses don't get to advance, which is the Soddet defense. Some other dude did it. Very, very rare to see these go to trial because you have to actually have something more than just opportunity or motive. You need a combination of factors, a little bit of something else, je ne sais quoi. But we had this Soddet defense, and when opening statements occur and you have this Karen Reed is framed, I'm going, well, sir, you have set a high bar for yourself.
That was one hell of an opening.
It was fascinating. Now, Court TV, you're going to be upset at this, and I hope you're not. But there was
Julie
a
from
comment.
Court TV blocked me on Twitter.
That was kind of where I was going with this. It wasn't that. I wanted to kind of explain it a little bit more.
Oh, hey,
than
Pixie.
just. Oh, hey, Pixie, how you doing? So, one, I'm nervous to pull this up now because I just scrolled past the one comment I made where I recognized that there was unsolicited spicy pics on the Twitter feed. So hopefully we don't see those in this.
I mean, it's Twitter.
Julie Grant. If Officer O'Keefe was really killed in a fight with three people, they'd need to connect his death to Karen Reed, simply claim Bean was in self-defense and vouch for each other. I saw a lot of people trolling this remark, and my initial gut reaction was to do the same. But then I actually just wanted to play it out logically. Okay, fine. I will meet you where you are, and I will try to argue against that.
You don't want to meet her where she is.
I get that. I do.
This is the intellectual equivalent of like the Playhouse at a McDonald's. That is where she is.
There's not a legal foundation for it. There really isn't. Because the problem is well, hang on. Let me pull this out. Because the broader point I was trying to make, I don't need to watch that. I don't need to go through that. The broader point I was trying to make was the defense at this point in time doesn't have to prove shit. They don't have to demonstrate to you anything. They don't have to demonstrate a cover-up. They don't.
Oh, I mean,
no
they do
affirmative
not
obligation.
Understand the presumption of innocence. They don't.
That's the problem that I have right now. Because one, when we say that a Soddet defense doesn't get run because it's so rare, because usually the defense doesn't have the chance to even suggest something. But by suggesting something as an alternate theory, that doesn't obligate you to prove anything at all at trial. There's no burden shifting that occurs. None whatsoever. The burden remains with the state to prove every element of that charge beyond a reasonable doubt.
You know what the usual number of witnesses I call in a criminal trial is?
4.
0.
Oh, no, defense counsel. Yeah, 0.
Defense counsel is 0.
Prosecution, it can be as small as 4.
Yep.
Lead investigator, ME, and maybe 2 corroborators.
Yep. And sometimes it's down to 1. It could be 1. It could be 2. Really common on a domestic that you might see like, this is the person who alleges the assault, and this is the responding officer. And that's it. That's all we got. Done. Over. That's it.
Well, and here's the problem. Misty, let me push back on this. You don't have to watch Court TV, but Court TV is doing the work to get in the courtroom. So if you want to see the raw footage, watch the
watch Court TV's raw footage. That's where I'm watching it typically.
And then I'll go back and watch commentary by my friends.
I don't like all their commenters.
But I'm watching the raw court footage because they're doing the work to get in the courtroom. That's a lot of work, guys. It's a ton of work to do that. Now,
Well, and
Here's
we wouldn't have seen the Depp trial, but for Court TV, like they did the legwork on that.
That's true.
So
and we got to hang out with a bunch of people that were there for Court TV, amazing people. So
I got no
but
shade for Court TV as an organization. It's just some of them, one or two of them, have some
opinions.
crap takes.
They're allowed to have bad takes. What I was getting at, let me finish my thought real quick.
No.
The defense never has an obligation to prove anything. Nothing whatsoever. So everyone that's out there trying to poke holes in the defense's theory, you're not doing anything. You're not. The defense has no affirmative burden whatsoever. None. If the defense puts
there
forth,
may be some exceptions to that for specific defenses where you may
Very,
have.
come on, in this trial, don't get me on this one. On this trial,
Yeah. No, in
But
this
in
trial,
this
it's
trial-
just prosecution's got to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Karen Reed killed him, that she did so in a fashion that constitutes murder, because they're alleging murder. Because not every killing is illegal, right? And not every killing that is illegal is murder. Baldwin's shooting of Helena Hutchins.
that was a killing.
They're not
but
even-
He's asserting.
They're not
that
even
that was
charging
not
it as a murder.
Exactly.
right?
That was yes, reckless homicide.
Yeah.
So with this case,
And he may well be
prosecution-
acquitted too.
he might. The prosecution has and maintains the burden of proof all the way to the conclusion of the case. Period. End of story. It doesn't matter. So I don't care if the defense's theory in all these cases holds any water at all. I don't care if the conspiracy theory doesn't hold up. But when the defense pokes holes in the prosecution's evidence, you can't sit there and say, well, the defense hasn't proven anything. They don't have to prove shit. They don't. If what they have said or put forth in questioning other witnesses or in any of the presentation has given you doubt that a reasonable person might form as to whether this transpired the way that they are arguing it did, the prosecution arguing it did, then you have to acquit. You have to. You don't, it's not a choice. You have to acquit. So other part about this that's frustrating me is people that are jumping the gun on this. They're saying the defense hasn't proven anything. It's the prosecution's damn case.
Defense doesn't have, and defense literally cannot call a witness yet.
No.
Even if the defense did have some burden, they literally cannot call a witness at this point. They could be sitting on, video that shows, and I'm not going to name a specific actual person. Let's just make up a name. What is it? Jennifer Coffindaffer is a random name that we could make up. They could have
That's very random, Ian.
They could have a video
Keep
that
going. I have
shows
to make
them
cocktail.
kicking the crap out of John O'Keefe, and they couldn't actually tender that video until it's their turn. Now, I'm not actually alleging that anybody by that name was involved, because I'm just picking a name that is funny. But the defense could have all the smoking guns for it didn't happen, and there would be literally no way for them to testify that or to that yet. So
So one of the things that I've been trying to caution people is the role that we play, the role that I like to play, my job as I view it in giving commentary on these trials is to analyze the evidence as it's coming in with a perspective of being critical of the evidence as it's being presented for what it's trying to prove. Right? So the prosecution they are the marshal of the evidence. They are the ones that are presenting the evidence. So when they're saying the evidence I'm giving you is trying to prove this, my view is, okay, you're giving me this evidence. Let me take it at first glance. Let me be critical of it. Let me see if it proves what you think it's going to prove. And let me see if there's anything in there that might cause me to doubt that. Hey, that's where I am right now. I can't judge what the evidence is, what the defense is presenting yet, because they're not giving me the evidence yet. They're just poking holes in what the prosecution's giving me. So
Yep.
I've been frustrated on some of the takes, and I've been really frustrated on some of the takes about a certain part of testimony from 2 days ago. So let's see. Let me make sure I've got this gained up appropriately. This is from 2 days ago, and it's Sergeant Buchanan. Sergeant Buchanan.
I think you're mispronouncing his name.
We're not doing that tonight. Not doing it tonight.
I gotta go.
Uh-huh. Ian runs away. I know he likes the stupid nickname. So the testimony that I wanted to focus on, I want to replay the direct. It's important to me because people are playing this, or they're listening to the testimony, and they're analyzing it. I've seen so many people dismiss what was allowed to be presented to the jury and just say, oh, it's clearly misleading by the defense to say it was not a true depiction. Come on. So let's watch it again. Let's see what it is that Lolly is trying to get out of this testimony. What's he trying to prove? I did kind of find it funny that there was a dummy, like literally a crash test dummy, like right there in the Sally port, just right there. And it becomes a freaking like pylon for the holding of the evidence tape. So the car drives in. This is my first time. I didn't catch this when I first watched this. And it frustrates me. Because in this video, my brain was not focusing on which of the two doors opened and whether the second door opened or not. Car pulls in, a door opens, and in my head, I'm viewing the car as this perspective, saying that's the passenger side door that just opened, right? Right? I'm thinking that's
Did
the
we get to
passenger side
trooper
door.
splashes yet?
Not yet. That's the passenger side door that just opened. That's what my head was thinking because I wasn't focused on it. But now looking at it again, I'm looking at that and going, well, that's a problem because that's the driver's side door that opened, not the passenger side.
May I get just a little closer?
Sure. Can we turn out the lights, please, Dave? Thank you.
Whoop, almost ate it.
Can I just say how badly Lolly effed himself with this particular move?
Do you think he knew?
If he didn't know,
there's no way.
I mean, I don't know whether he knew or not. But if he didn't know,
there's no way you don't jump ahead of that.
Lolly has been missing the opportunity to jump ahead of things all trial. And it's been really, really egregious. He's done it over and over and over again on situations where, and in some cases it was like, why did you do this? And it's got a really obvious explanation. And he just lets his witness get slaughtered on that point on cross. And then he tries to fix it on redirect. And it's like, that's not how you should do it. He is getting better about that. But all the way through this trial, he's been just leaving his witnesses to absolutely twist in the wind on various points. Now, I suspect that he must have known, right? How do you not know? How do you not prep this thing?
Second question. If he knew, how is that not your first fucking question? I'm sorry.
Oh, absolutely.
The first
That was-
question out of my mouth is
That's my point. Is I would have just been like, okay, so I'm just going to take you to this, right, the police car that we see in the front. Is that the front or the back of the police car? That's the back of the police car. And the lettering, do you notice anything about it? Yeah, it's inverted. Why is it inverted? Oh, because this video is mirrored. Like, get that shit out right away, front center. Like, oh my god, because it just looks so bad when you don't do that.
And that's what I'm saying. I'm also not going to attribute to malice what stupidity or just neglect might explain.
That's kind of my feeling.
My feeling is, if he knew, every lawyer, the first question out of their mouth would have been to explain the mirrored image.
Except he's missed that on
attorney.
so many things. There's so many places where he's let his witnesses just get slaughtered on various issues. I mean, as an obvious example, he says he can fix the that like 2-something web search, right? He says that he can show that actually happened later on after everyone knew, and at sort of consistent with Jen McCabe's time. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what he says, right? That's what he says he can do. He says he's got an expert to that. Now, why the hell that expert wasn't called immediately after Jen McCabe, like immediately after Jen McCabe, is beyond me. Because if I'm Lally, I make sure Jen McCabe's testimony finishes.
Call the expert before. Call the expert and talk about the extraction process and what it does and how it does these things.
I'm not sure you can get them out. Like, I think you need to have the evidence out.
You need to have foundation for it. Yeah, you need to have a need for it.
I would have absolutely made sure that I would have been certain that the next witness, and I would have ended the day such that there was time to, Jen McCabe is finished. Like, I would have pushed her over to next morning such that it's like the next morning I asked Jen McCabe 2 more questions. Okay, over to you, defense. You get to cross-examine her for as much time today as you want, but you're not going to use the whole day on that cross, probably. And then, boom, I do it. So, yeah, this is such an own goal. It's so ridiculous.
And that's because right now, here's the thing. Right now, let me play this out for a second. Just play it out logically. Right now, because I saw a bunch of people saying the first question asked of in the defense, he came back and explained the mirrored image. Okay, but if I'm the juror that knows no better and who was sitting there writing notes about how the light that was cracked, the person next to it
that shouldn't have come out on cross,
right? If I'm writing that in direct, I'm writing notes, I'm writing on my notepad, I'm saying, looked at light where John O'Keefe alleged to be hit, troopers nowhere near light when video played. Okay, I'm writing that.
And Lally did say, you guys don't you don't see you touch the back of the car there, like at any. And the thing is it looks right because you don't know where the back of the car is. Like, you don't know where the right side is.
So the second that comes out on cross, I have lost. I am furious.
Yeah.
I mean, I already am. So I want to hear how he begins the questions.
That should have come out before they came near it. One of these days, I kind of want to teach a class on trial advocacy just based on looking at like watching trials. I would play this moment.
So no questions yet. We're just watching a video, which is clearing. What's wild to me is that if this is all reverse, right? So is that, never mind, I'm going to confuse myself. Is that like a right-handed push or a left-handed push?
Honestly, what I would have done if I was Lally is I would have asked to show a mirrored image right after I showed this bit and just been like, okay, so this is inverted. Okay. Permission to show a properly mirrored, like a flipped back version.
Here's my other question. If I'm a judge, I'm not letting them show this video without clarifying it's mirrored.
I don't think the judge knew.
I don't think there's no fucking way. There's no way a judge would let that fly. Door closes. Let's get to his testimony. Taping it off.
The other thing I'm going to say is that Lolly is dog shit at prepping witnesses.
The end of it, Mr. Lally? Okay. For notice of discovery.
Oh, that was it. Was that motion limiting? Here we go.
So I'll just be clear. Start up again with the video.
Your Honor, for the record, I believe we're picking up where it was paused, which was 5:35:36.
Okay.
I want to rehear what he said during direct after that cross. That is why I'm watching this. I have watched the cross. I watched the shredding of the cross. I watched all of that. I want to rehear what Lolly says, and I want to rehear what Buchanan says because I need to reassess this.
Sorry, you keep getting that name wrong, and I just...
Sergeant B. And here's a point. So to the people that are like, the video is super edited and there's people out of it, let me back up a second. Watch, like the video is choppy, period. There are issues with the video feed. Something is wrong with it because when you watch this person walk from the corner there to the front, you see the little ghost appearance thing.
I mean, there's a reason for that.
You see that?
And again, Lolly should have gotten ahead of this. There's a reason why that happens. And the reason
explain
why
it.
that happens, this camera is set to go like to record on motion. Now, they shouldn't have it set that way. That's a stupid way to set it, but that's how they've got it set. And because it's set to go off on motion, it shuts itself off a lot of the time, even though there's people here. Like if you have a motion activated light and you're in the room, it'll shut off even though you're in front of it. That's what's happening, is that it's dropping bits because it just isn't catching enough motion at a particular time. I don't think it's like intentionally cutting out anything, although the problem with setting up this way is that you can't actually tell the difference between that or intentional tampering. It
Look
should
where my
never
mouse
be
is.
set up like this for something that you might need for evidence.
Exactly. Look where my mouse is on the computer.
Oh, I see it.
This is not a part that's relevant for any of this editing stuff. This is a completely different part of the video. Okay.
Yeah.
And there's a ghost on the screen. Like there is a clipping.
But I mean, I'm just gonna.
And again, look, just all of a sudden, there. So people that are like, the video was clearly edited. I don't know that. I don't care. It moves. The video moves and jumps. I understand that. But the point that's being made is when the video jumps, we don't see what happens in between the seconds that it takes from the end of this recording to the beginning of this recording. There's like a 1 or 2 second window there between the end of this motion and the next motion.
I could pull up on my cell phone right now a full color video, whereas this is like washed out as hell. And with my full color video, I can literally count the blades of grass in my backyard if I wanted to. And I don't want to, but you know, I could. And I can mirror it or not as I wish. And it just runs, right? There's no motion activation. It's just on. I can look at my backyard. There's a guy pushing a shopping cart full of cans right past my cars, and he's out of frame. Normally, I would have just expected to see cars, but like you just get this view, and you don't like. And I can say I don't have the best security camera ever, right? But yeah, the most likely explanation is just that it's set to motion activation. They should fix that because it's absolutely a dog shit setup, and it makes it look sketchy, even though it probably isn't. And the other thing is that if you are sketchy, like let's say you do have a sketchy person, it provides cover for it, right? It provides cover for editing out something toxic. So but the prosecutor absolutely should have pointed to one of those skips and been like, so clearly the video jumps here.
Yes. Why are you not?
Why did that happen?
Fucking ahead of that. Why?
Right?
Why are you not? Because here's the thing, and Lindsay, I pulled this up. There's a second camera, correct? I don't know yet. If there is a second camera, right? I don't care at this point what the second camera shows because the prosecutor has just lost credibility with me.
And because they didn't tell the jury that this is what's happening, it looks like fraud, right? At a previous law firm I worked at, I literally told the boss, I was like, we are completely out of paper. I'm going to take I'm going to go and take like $100 and buy new paper. And I'm going to use the company card to do it. So I'm going off to buy printer paper because we got none. And so I, took a company credit card and I went and bought printer paper and I drove it back and whatever else. And I told them ahead of time because Runkle just left with the credit card and bought some stuff at Staples. Looks really sus. if I didn't tell them that I was doing it. But after I tell them that I was doing this, Runkle left with the credit card and like dropped $100 at Staples. Looks super boring once that's been explained, right? It's just like, of course, he said that he was buying paper. He's going to be back in like 10 minutes with paper. That's what, so freaking explain to the jury what your problem is before the problem comes up, because it looks like the defense has caught them in a lie. And then any explanation they bring in for these edits looks like bullshitting a lie.
Yeah.
Right.
And chat, you guys think I don't read what's going on? Yes, I see you. I understand that these allegations about missing and buying into the motion activated. I'm explaining this in, honestly, if I'm viewing this in the best light for the prosecution, this is what I see. I'm trying to view this from a perspective that any possible juror would view this from.
Yep. But the thing is let's assume they are malicious, right? And let's assume that they have the motion activated cameras. The motion activated cameras provide the perfect explanation or the perfect opportunity for malicious behavior.
To go in and crop out time.
That is why you should never have it set up like this for police purposes. I can tell you that if they have cameras in witness interrogation rooms. And so I'm going to tell a fun story.
Oh my God. Could you imagine if those were motion activated? Holy
exactly.
Shit.
But here's the story. So I have a client who he's being interrogated, and the police officers decide to pull the move where they say, we're just going to turn off the video cameras. Spoiler alert, they're not turning off the video cameras. They're telling him that they're turning off the video cameras.
Yeah.
But one of the officers steps out, waits like 30 seconds. There's actually video of him like just standing in the hallway out of like a little ways away, sort of checking his watch to make sure it's been enough time. And then he comes back and he says, okay, so the cameras are off. Now we're just having a little conversation between us, him and the accused. And so what does the accused do in the video? He slams his head repeatedly onto the desk. Wham, wham, wham. Explain that, motherfuckers. We are at 2 hours and 2 minutes. And the thing is, if they had actually turned that video camera off, you know how that looks?
Would have looked so sus.
It would have looked so sus. Guy is just fine. Video camera gets turned off. Suddenly the video camera's back on and he's got this big freaking, because he went hard in the paint on that one. He just
example, the Scottie Scheffler thing, right? Gillis turns his body cam back on after the incident, and we're going, okay, I'm not looking at anything you said during that with any credibility because your body cam wasn't on. You turn it on after.
But let's consider a much more innocent thing. You've got it on motion activation for your interview room. And you know what? Motion activation just cuts out every once in a while, right? It just does. And so some guy falls out of his chair in one of the minutes of cut out time, right?
Yep. And you see body up and then body down.
You see body up, body down, missing minute.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying as defense lawyer?
Yep.
I'm asking that officer, how did he get to the ground? Isn't it the case that he got to the ground? Like, it looks to me like, the camera was shut off and then suddenly he's on the ground. So,
but that's why you
roll the tape consistently, right?
You fucking get it, but you also get ahead of it. Like,
yes, absolutely.
If you're the prosecution, you don't let a lie or you don't let something deceptive like that just hang out there in the ether. Right? You don't let it hang out there in the ether and go into the jury or the judge as a formative thought. And like they realize this is a reality. They're like, this is my reality, this is my reality, this is my reality. And then on cross, that reality is shattered. And you're like,
well, and I mean, there have been instances where it's just like some of this stuff, like, why not get ahead of it? Why did you get, like, do you still have that phone? Why don't you have that phone? Right? These kinds of things, right? Because when defense brings that out on cross,
but here's
it
the
looks
thing.
so much worse.
He gets ahead of other things where he shouldn't.
Yeah.
He springboards into a topic that we're not even at yet. And it's like, why are you there? But let's get back to this. I want to get back to this.
One of the fundamental mistakes he's making through this whole thing is he's running defense, not prosecution.
Exactly.
What
he
he's
has
doing
lost his fucking case.
What he's doing.
When I say lost case, he hasn't lost his case. He's lost his own case in his head.
Yes, he's defending against the defense case when really what he ought to be doing is just prove the case on his case in chief. And then all of the let the defense run, bring up all the other stuff. Several of the witnesses he's called, I wouldn't have called on the case in chief. They have no evidence
Are you
whatsoever
kidding me?
that's useful.
What are they giving you other than open avenues for attack?
Yep. Let the defense call them on their case. And then you can deal with it on rebuttal, right? Rebuttal
And you know
is
what?
the
You know
time
what's
to
great?
attack the
You know what's
defense
great?
case.
If you force a defense to call them, they have to ask open-ended questions. You get to ask them leading questions.
I'm betting that a lot of those witnesses, they could have gotten declared hostile.
No, okay, so then you can both ask leading questions.
Yep, absolutely. But yeah, Lally could have led the fuck out of those witnesses.
And I'm sorry, Lolly has done a shit job on redirect. Every one of Lolly's redirects has done jack shit to do away with the damage done by the defense. I have not seen one successful redirect throughout this entire damn trial.
He always, after the problem with a redirect is that there's very few places where I think I almost never use redirects in my practice. And if they ask some bad questions of my witness and they're just bad places in the evidence, I generally let that sit. Where I think a redirect is really useful is where they ask something that's misleading, where it's like, you went back into the house right afterwards, right? And and your witness is like, yes, I went there because, and they're like, that's not what I asked, and they shut it down. I'm like, why'd you go back in their house? And they're like, because I forgot my keys, right?
Let me give you
that's the kind of place where it's just where the redirect is useful, where it's like a misleading, or your witness can give that one more sentence that just completely changes it. But if you're trying to spackle up a hole in your witness's testimony, usually the redirect just makes it look worse, not better. And it tells the jury, I think this really hurts me. I think this is where I am vulnerable. It shows your underbelly to the jury. And sometimes the best thing on a redirect is just
so much.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes the best thing on a redirect is I was just defense counsel asked you, or, prosecution asked you a bunch of questions. Do you have anything you want to change about your testimony? Nope. Okay, cool. Sit. That's it. Cool.
But I have always been of the Eminem style in direct examination. You take the shit that they're going to use against you, get it out there immediately.
Yeah.
Here's an effective redirect on this particular issue. Let's say Lolly, in his first question, asks Buconnect, which he's not going to, and says, this is a video of the Sallyport, right? And this is a video that was taken by that camera against a mirror. Let's say that was a question, right? That was a question. But doesn't go back and really clarify that it's inverted.
Yeah.
Defense
I would
counsel
have clarified
goes
the hell out of it.
But let's say I don't do that during direct, but I do at least raise the point. Defense counsel comes in and hammers how it was inverted. On redirect, I said, do you remember the first question I asked you, how the camera was shot against a mirror? Did you understand when I asked you that question that the image would be inverted? Yes, and every answer you gave in response, like that's where you go and clean that back up. But you need to lay at least something out there to preserve that credibility.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
So let's play direct. Here we go, direct. We have the benefit because we saw the video played without interruption.
And Sergeant, as far as the condition of the vehicle as you observe it in this sort of pause still shot of the video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the condition as far as the snow or ice or anything you observe on that vehicle when it came into the Sally Port garage?
Yes, it is. Very specific question.
If you could just pause there for a moment. Sergeant's almost falling in the video.
All right, so keep your voice up.
Sergeant Mechanic, with reference to any individuals you see in this video, do you recognize any of those individuals?
I can recognize Trooper Proctor myself. Other than that, I don't remember.
Trooper Proctor and myself. 2 people on the screen, 2 people he recognizes. Got it.
Exactly who else was present at this moment
Later,
in time.
he's going to have trouble recognizing
If you
those 2
could,
people.
using the laser pointer before you, just direct your attention to where you observe yourself and where you observe Trooper Proctor.
That's Trooper Proctor and myself. Yeah.
I want you to remember what he just said right there. I want you to remember that. That's Trooper Proctor, right here where my mouse is. That's me. That's Trooper Proctor. That's me.
And he forgets by the next day.
With this vehicle in the Sally Port garage this evening of January 29, 2022, did either yourself or did you observe Proctor?
You know what? Fuck off. I just realized something. I am fucking pissed. I am so mad right now. I'm sorry. I just realized something.
Rob, tell us how you really feel.
Mouse over Trooper Proctor, right? Trooper Proctor.
Yeah.
Myself. Trooper Proctor, myself. Muting. Watch. When we enter the car, we're entering. Car doors opening.
Of the condition as far as the snow or ice or anything you observe on that vehicle when it came into the Sally Port garage?
Yes, it is.
Just tell me if you could play from there.
Keep playing. Go ahead. Left-hand side, Trooper Proctor getting out of the driver's side door. Myself. Trooper Proctor, myself.
Now that's probably actually the tow truck driver.
Nope. Wait for it. Wait. He got out of that car. I'm going based on the testimony.
Right. I'm just saying I don't think that's actually him.
Okay,
and
here's a question I have for you. Well, here's
tomorrow,
another question I have
like
for
the
you.
next day in this, he
Another
refuses to identify himself as that person because he
lied.
says, I think he just got it wrong because like he's trying to figure out things from this shitty video.
So if that's the tow truck driver, because we just watched the person get out of that car, go straight to the front of the car, and pull up their phone to take a picture of the front
All
of
right,
the
so
car.
keep your voice up.
What I
Sergeant
suspected
McKay,
is
with
the tow
reference
truck
to any
driver
individuals
who
you
is
see in this video, do you recognize
recording
any
the
of those
plate
individuals?
number for his own.
I can
billing
recognize.
Say that again, Ian.
It's probably the tow truck driver recording the plate for his billing records.
Yeah, it might be. But
so
Buchanan.
But I
says-
don't know.
says-
Like, I don't know
says
for
this
certain what's
under
going on
oath.
here. Yeah.
But he says this under oath. And he commits to it.
Trooper Proctor and myself. Other than that, I don't remember exactly who else was present at this moment in time.
If you could start using the laser pointer before you, just direct your attention to where you observe yourself and where you observe the problem.
That's Trooper Proctor and myself. Yeah.
Okay. So he just pointed out himself in the video and he didn't point himself out.
Point in time when you were present,
They never actually ask him which one
with
is
this
which, I don't
vehicle
think.
in the
Here.
Sally Port garage.
Say that again.
I didn't hear in that exchange them asking him which one was which. He says he.
Oh,
you know,
no. Here, look. Play it again.
That's Trooper Proctor. And
That's Trooper Proctor. He has the green highlighted thingy over it, and he points at himself. Ready?
myself. Yeah.
That's myself there. Green laser pointer.
Gotcha.
At any point in time when you were present with this vehicle in the Sally Port garage this evening of January 29, 2022, did either yourself or did you observe Proctor touch or manipulate in any way the right rear passenger side area of that vehicle?
No, we did not.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play from here.
Yep.
I'm fucking pissed now. Now I'm really pissed. Like the right rear passenger side of that vehicle, which right now, as he paused that image, which he chose to pause here, is right when Proctor is right next to what we believe is the right rear passenger side of that fucking vehicle. So the
But
jury's
here's the-
attention is now drawn to that quarter panel.
You want me to explain the weaseling?
Go on.
He says he doesn't ask him, were you near it? He asks, do you see yourself touch or manipulate it? And so he can maintain that he was just close to it and that he never actually touched or manipulated it. Similarly, Jackson kind of does the same thing because Jackson says, you're right up next to that panel, right? But he doesn't actually say you touched it because, of course, he's going to say no, right? And he does try to fix this under cross, but watch, he's going to go to right the passenger side. He's going to go hanging out right near it.
But Liz, I want you to. This is why I can't believe that Lolly. I still struggle to believe that Lolly knew this was inverted. I am still struggling to believe that. Here's why. If he did, that is the shadiest prosecution move I have ever fucking seen. Listen to the question asked and where the question is intended to draw the jury's eyes.
If he knew that this was mirrored and didn't and conducts the direct the way he does,
that's fucked.
I think that the next court case he runs should be a disciplinary hearing.
I would be inclined to agree, because listen to the question he asks, and when the question is asked, what the intention is. I want you to try and understand this from the jury's perspective.
No.
Like the
You've got
question
an
asked.
obligation not to mislead the court.
Hang on.
You were present with this vehicle in the Sally Port garage this evening of January 29, 2022. Did either yourself or did you observe Proctor touch or manipulate in any way the right rear passenger side area of that vehicle?
No, we
Immediately drawing the jury's attention to what the jury believes is the right rear passenger side of that vehicle.
Yeah.
Wait. If he does this on direct, Sky Angel, I will eat my words.
He doesn't on direct. He does on cross.
This is infuriating.
We did
On
not.
cross the next day, he immediately goes and like lasers in on trying to fix it. The witness doesn't say it until cross, Sky Angel.
Because you know what else I am at the jury? You know what else I'm doing? You see the light lit up in the back?
Mm-hmm.
If I'm the jury, I'm looking very carefully at that light. I'm like, yeah, there's some red, and I see some white light there. Like, I see some red and white. That could be a cracked rear tail light. I'm drawing conclusions based on what I'm seeing because of what was conveyed to me and the impressions it gives. When I was looking at this on this fucking day, I was looking at that rear tail light going, yeah.
But it's the wrong tail light.
Could be cracked. Nope, that one's entirely intact. Oh.
You mad yet?
No, I'm furious.
That is correct.
Come on, Lolly. I want to hear you. Clarify it. Come on, clear it up for me. I want to hear you ask the questions and clear it up. We're watching. We've seen this part. You know what? Oh, my God. Oh, it gets worse.
It's fun watching you see this and go, oh, what the hell?
You know what I'm thinking if I'm the jury? I'm thinking that all of the cops are congregated around that rear right light. That's where my head is. My head is that
Thing is,
I'm sitting there looking at that rear right light.
If I'm on the jury, you know what I'm thinking at this point? I'm not listening to Trooper Buchanan anymore. I'm not listening to Lolly anymore.
No. That
because
Lolly has lost my credibility. He's done.
Lolly, to me, Lolly is like, if I'm on the jury, I'm just like, I can't trust you. I can't depend on you to be an accurate conveyor of circumstances. And if the jury is where I am, then like, pack it up, go home. Because this is a hole that is very difficult to dig out of.
Yeah. This like, let's see where he goes.
Oh no, Missy, don't. Do what you got to do, but
hold up. Can't deal with slow people. Slow people. What are you talking about, Missy? Missy?
I don't know, but it's like, bye.
I'm sorry.
I guess I shouldn't say that because it's your channel, but like,
no, it's, you know what? It's fine. Here's the, get those slow people. I'm fighting with the chat half the time. Like, I'm not saying that this proves a cover up at all. What it does is it proves to me that the prosecution hasn't given me the evidence in a proper fashion. That's it.
It's just, and this is the thing, the prosecution could land this. You should always consider the fact that jurors tend to have a general bias towards conviction.
If there's a second video of the Sally Port that is 100% in real time, in 4K, streamed like all the way through with all the timestamps accounted for, yeah, great. Oh my God, I'll reconsider. But also, Lolly should have put that on first. Why are we here? Why is this what I'm seeing? And why is it presented in this fashion?
This makes no sense to me at all.
This is bad lawyering, period.
Yep.
So I'm allowed as a lawyer to be critical of what other lawyers do in court because it's misleading.
The other thing that I suspect we're going to see is, I suspect Monday we see them bring out the flipped video. And I suspect we see Lolly argue that the flipped video is edited and therefore can't be used. I bet we see that.
I'll put money on that easily.
That said, there were a bunch of people who are really upset that because he goes, I've got this flash drive. I just want to play the video off this. And they ask Lolly, have you seen this? And he says, no, I haven't. And he says, well, I'll just play the first 10 seconds.
No.
Judge Bev
No.
goes,
You don't play shit. Yeah. I'm going, you don't play anything. No,
I'm like, that is exactly correct. You don't let, because it could be insanely prejudicial, right? It could be insanely objectionable. And so, yeah, obviously you don't get to play that until after the other side has, had a look at it and can say, like, that's fine, right? Or we need to address this in a motion in limine. But you don't just let them play it. Because it could be anything. It could be the reversed video. It could be hardcore porn. It could be, who knows, right? So, yeah, obviously they have to see it to let them do it. So,
all right, let's see the rest of the questions, and we'll go to cross real quick. We're at 1.25.
Yeah, it could be a Buchanan video.
No, Ian. I know what you fucking meant by that.
Actually, there is a Buchanan video apparently of him dancing.
What is it that?
Some people have said stripping. I don't know, but
what is it that you and Proctor and some of the other officers are doing now?
We're establishing a perimeter around the vehicle with yellow tape in order to prevent or alert and advise anyone in the area to stay away from the vehicle.
Crash test dummy. Doing a service, man.
That's not a crash test dummy. That's a combative.
I know, it's just a yeah, but it's still funny. It's doing a service as a yeah. I just want to see if he says anything about that rear tail light. That's what I want to see.
You can take that down, Mr. Officer. We can have the lights back on.
Here's the thing.
Now,
Here's
Sergeant McCann,
the fucking thing.
Just one?
Lolly! 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 Why did Lolly want to wait to the end of the video? Why did he wait till that moment to stop the video? I have told you guys that courtroom is theater. We are actors. We are grandiose performers because we have to draw the attention of the judge and or jury to the evidence that we think is important. So things we choose as far as stoppages of time are very critical. I want you to focus on the exact 2 seconds that happens before Lolly stops the video. Ready? Let's go. They're leaving the Sally Port. Wait for it. You could have stopped the video here. Nope. Did you? What's he looking at?
He's looking at the car.
What part of the car, if you were the jury that thought that was the right rear quarter panel of the car, what part of the car would you think he's looking at?
I mean, you'd think
busted
it's the
taillight?
passenger, the busted taillight, but that's not actually
correct. When does Lolly say thank you?
You can take that down, Mr. Officer. We can have the lights back on. Now, Sergeant Mechanic, you wear
Are you fucking kidding me?
Rob has.
Are you? Theatrically played. You know what? If that video was not inverted, I would be giving so many amazing bonus points to Lolly right now, because that was the perfect way to end that direct. If the video wasn't inverted.
But it is, and that's going to cause them some real trouble.
If it's not inverted, then you end your video with the officer looking directly at the busted taillight. And that's where you stop your video. End scene. You guys, if it sounds like I'm joking or playing light of this, I'm not. But courtroom is part of drawing the jury's attention. You are trying to draw the jury's attention to things that you want them to view in their mind as significant, because you know they're significant, whether it's now or in the future. You want them to take that significant fact that you've just given them and place it among the other significant facts that you've given them throughout the trial. So you have to find a way to highlight it, whether it's in a mic drop question or a pause on a video or a freeze frame or a zoom in on a certain thing. If you want to know about the zoom in on a certain thing, go to my first video ever on the channel. The zoom in on the back. You want to leave
How'd that
the
video
jury,
do, by the way?
1 point something million, but you want to leave the jury impacted by that thing that you have just given them, shown them. So you end the video or you allow that dramatic scene to play out where the trooper looks down and looks directly at what you believe, now the jury believes, is that right rear tail light. And the jury, and they're staring at it, and you say, you can pull that down. End scene. And the jury now has that as the last image they saw of the Sally Port was the trooper looking at the busted tail light. That's what they believed.
Mm-hmm.
That's why what just happened was so fucked up. And why you can't let that happen. Because of the impression it leaves on the jury.
So, Rob, vacation to Canton?
No, I don't want to see these cops. I don't want to see anybody. I don't want to see any of them.
Specifically, I don't want those cops to see me.
No, I don't. I don't want to see them. I really don't. Am I someone that buys into conspiracy theories? No. Does everything about this trial raise red flags everywhere? Absolutely.
That's the problem. It's like I don't really want to believe the conspiracy theory, but I got so many doubts, right? And if it's plausible, then you've got to acquit. Like that's kind of the
well, and that's, I think you're right. That great point, Ian. Finish your thought. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
yeah, it's just, you know, if you're left going, even if you're left going, I don't think that's what happened, but it could have happened. Like, you know, if you believe the defense argument of a, you know, conspiracy, like 15%, that's how likely you think it is. That's a quit. Even if you think it's like, and the thing is you wouldn't bet money on this, right? You wouldn't, you know, if you had a 15% chance of keeping your arm when you're trying to fix your lawnmower, you would just throw that entire lawnmower out, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to take that risk.
But it's a 15, like if you believe it's 15% likely that the defense theory is what happened at the end of it, that's 100% you have to acquit. So
you don't even need to be 50%. Let me tell you this. You can, this is my opinion. Based on the Sallyport video alone, and that one little misstep by the prosecution, I'm NG. I cannot find guilt. I have found reasonable doubt because I can't trust
this case.
I can't trust anything else that you said to me. And let's say that I can trust the Sallyport video, but let's say that I have a question about the officer recording the statements. NG. You have to be. All you need is one of these elements, one of these things the prosecution is telling you to not add up, which is why the prosecution, if they know what they're doing, if they know these facts, if Lolly knew that video was inverted, man, that's a high roll risk that I'm not taking. No way. No way.
Yep.
That's like rolling roulette and putting all of your chips on one number and saying, this is my one bet. I'm going to roll roulette and it's all going to fall on that one number. You're out of your mind. No way am I running that gamble.
And yet here we are.
So let's see how the cross happens. Because I want to focus on this one part. So we did direct, now cross.
Before we begin playing it, Mr. Bates, if you wouldn't mind, may I inquire, Your Honor, of the witness, just to lay a foundation? Yes. Sergeant, do you recognize this as being the video that we saw yesterday?
It does look accurate.
Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page. This is 440.
You son of a bitch. You definitely knew that was coming. It looks accurate. Accurate was the first word that came out of his mouth. Accurate.
6. Just so you have it in mind if I reference that. Space, if you could play that. And I think it's runtime 120.
Ramen YYC, I see you change your avatar picture. I paused this for the avatar picture because you're a badass among badasses. And thank you for sharing your story about the Rick Hogan, everything you've been through. And thanks for the gifted memberships. I do have to pull up some of the gifted stuff and some of the member chats side on the side because we've got a lot stacking up, but I want to get through the rest of this.
Pause it. Do you recognize that as the video we saw yesterday?
Yes, I do.
Very briefly, if you could move to time of day, 5:37:05.
Why are you chewing? your ice, sir, on the stand.
Right into the mic, just for that anti-ASMR.
So we're backing up. Tell me he's going to back up to when he gets out of the car. He is. Yep, he is. Here he goes.
Yep.
Yes. With court's permission, can we play at this point?
Yes.
All right, that shows the vehicle coming into the Sally Port, and we're looking at which side of the vehicle?
So that is the driver's side of the vehicle. What that video.
Oh, I'm so mad. I've watched the cross twice, and only now have I done like direct and cross of this same testimony next to each other.
And you can see,
pissed.
My theory is that he got home, he went on Twitter, he saw the commentary about it, and that that he is laser focused on trying to fix this before Jackson gets to it.
Well, and Jackson gets right to it. Jackson
Jackson
is,
doesn't beat around the bush, but the way he lasers in on it, either he was told to fix this or he looked it up. And like, I just don't see how his testimony changes like this. It looks gross.
well,
to
and
me.
he's so quick to it. So he delays in response to every question that Jackson asks. But this is one of the only ones he wants to answer.
Oh yeah, he wants this one so bad.
Oh my God, this is so terrible. And hang on. To everyone in the chat that is thinking that I am a shill for the defense. No. Plus, please explain to me how what Lolly did was not misleading.
Oh, it totally was.
I would like you to put together a logical argument as to what Lolly did and the questions that he asked and the answers elicited were not misleading. And I would like for you to explain how the clarification that never should have been required is not highlighting how misleading those questions were. So that is my question to those of you doubting and saying I'm a shill for the defense. I'm not. I'm wanting to see this trial, and it keeps getting fucking crazier.
Video depicts is a mirror collection. Although mirrors are accurate representation of what you're seeing, it's just inverted. So that is the driver's side of the vehicle. I do not know why it is inverted, but that's the way it was presented, collected and presented from Canton Police.
Can you see a timestamp or a time and date stamp on the bottom of that? It's in blue.
I cannot know.
I don't know why it was collected that way. Honestly, Jackson missed a chance. I think he should have gone in on, did you talk to Lolly after yesterday?
I would have. He does actually a bit.
But not here. And it should have been here.
Yeah.
You would have done it, right?
Absolutely.
Does it appear that time and date stamp, if you can't read every letter on it, that is in correct order? In other words, that's not inverted.
I cannot read it, no.
All right, let's go ahead and play this for a second. Who is that just got out of the car?
I do not know. I think that's the tow truck driver. He would have the only access to the vehicle.
Now we have the benefit of the laser pointer testimony where he said, that's Proctor, that's me. So now
We did not touch the vehicle.
Who's that on the left?
Trooper Proctor.
Somebody's saying, why isn't the timestamp inverted?
I missed it. I
would
was
be
looking down
inverted
at
and the timestamp would be imposed by either the camera or the recording system. But
yeah,
it's the timestamps being put on the inverted software or on the inverted thing. So
the laser pointer. I do not know. I know for a fact I'm the gentleman that's wearing a dark olive drab state police baseball style hat, and Trooper Mike Proctor is wearing a winter hat.
So somebody told him he might have identified himself wrong.
Yeah, that was a very descriptive of what you were wearing that day. You know what? If I could ever think of someone who more clearly violated the rule on witnesses and the rule on exclusion, like this is.
I mean, I don't know that it was Lally. I'm not going to say it was Lally because Lally might have followed his
No,
ethical
I'm saying the witness did.
requirements.
The witness was
I think the
instructed
witness
not to
did.
do these things.
Yeah. I think it's pretty clear that
Proctor's
he
wearing what?
A winter hat.
That was
I mean, I don't
planned.
know
didn't
for
realize it was
certain,
planned
but
when you were
that's my read on it. And apparently the winter hat might be a toque.
You know, that might be the tow truck driver. I think it is because the guy's doesn't look like he's wearing a hat. It looks like he's got a full head of hair.
Yeah, no, I think he may well be the tow truck driver, just getting out and recording recording the plate, right? Because often they've got to do that for their billing. Now, I'm wondering if this tow truck driver is like a tow truck company driver, as opposed to like, you know, some police forces have a tow truck. But I doubt this one does.
Apparently this was a private company, and I think
Then
the tow truck driver is on the witness list for the defense.
Because the tow truck driver would record, amongst other things, they would record what damage they observed to the vehicle, because of course a tow truck driver takes stock of damage to a vehicle beforehand, because you know what happens when people get their vehicle towed. They say, oh, my, you know,
you scratched my car, you asshole, blah blah blah,
you scratched my car, I used to have an aftermarket stereo in here, where did my stereo go? You know, I had gold plating on my rims, all, you know, you damaged my car. And so of course they take notes, right? And then so they can say, before I picked up the car, it had, you know, somebody had carved, you know, their name in it or whatever, right? So then they can't be blamed for that later because they say, no, look, I wrote it down beforehand. So I want to see that. Where's that? Like,
apparently he's on the witness list, and I've seen, like, I'm trying to avoid all this stuff on Twitter and everything else, but I have seen like there's a video of I'm gonna wait until that testimony comes out in court.
I've heard that he's on the witness list for the defense.
Yeah,
I would have expected him to be on the witness list for the prosecution. Because if he gets to that to that vehicle and says, "Oh yeah, the one taillight
was busted," he's taking tell me someone that's not taking a photo like a fucking tow truck driver who comes up to a car with a busted taillight. He is taking 10,000 photos of that.
Yep, 100%. Like
we
all
would
the
have
pictures,
we would have more photos than you could imagine. And they would be high quality of every angle of a busted taillight by the damn tow truck driver.
Yep. Big sus, I guess, is the thing.
But you indicated that the two individuals in this scene were you and Trooper Proctor, correct?
That is not correct. There was 2 individuals in the rear of the vehicle I shined my light to. That was me and Trooper Proctor.
Do you see Trooper Proctor toward the back of the rear of the vehicle there?
I can't tell because of what the head is. I just know that Trooper Proctor was wearing a black hat.
Which the person in that in the video to the left, to the rear of the car, is wearing a black hat, correct?
I can't tell. I don't want to be locked into a statement where later on you show me that it's somebody else magically.
You mean
Oh,
like you just
magically.
locked your fucking self into before? Oh my god, it's so bad.
He knows he got it wrong.
Oh.
I can't testify to that.
There's no magic about this. It's your testimony. I'm just asking you what you see.
I don't see that. No.
So, let's go ahead and play at this point.
I don't know, Caden. It's close.
What's
you
the
see
question?
The person toward the back of the vehicle walking toward the opposite side of the
Oh, there's some
SUV?
awful investigations.
What area does he appear to be going to?
I've seen
He
worse.
appears to be going towards the rear passenger side of the vehicle, although it does not appear so.
All this clarification. Lovely clarification, Sergeant B. It's a fucking own goal. This is an own goal. Why are we here? What is happening right now? All of a sudden, he's clarifying every answer.
And for the person who was asking if this is the worst investigation I've seen, I've quite literally seen an investigation that consisted of somebody broke into a thing. We found the first non-white guy who was nearby, and that's got to be our guy. So, no, this is a better investigation than that.
It's better than that.
But, you know, it's still, there's still a lot wrong with it.
Because the video is inverted, a mirror image. That's where he's going.
And Sergeant Buchanan, you testified for at least a half an hour about this video yesterday, correct?
I'm sorry, it was a long day. I don't know the timing of how long I testified.
You significantly testified about this video yesterday, did you not?
I testified about this video.
And you testified that it was true and accurate, correct?
Correct.
You testified that it was reflective of your observations of what was happening in that Sally Port that morning.
Oh, I just caught that. Reflective. Oh, that's cute. It's reflective, like a mirror. Oh, that was good. Damn it, that was good.
That evening, correct?
I testified that this is a accurate scene and collection of video evidence from the Sally Port.
And as that truck sits in that Sally Port, just like this, it appears from all perspective that what we're looking at is the passenger side of the car, and that right rear taillight is right there shining in our face, correct?
Objection, argumentative. I think I win that objection. I think that's argumentative. You start to get into that, and he starts pretty early.
To be fair, what he was asked is,
I'm
is
sorry, can
this
you
a
repeat the question?
true and accurate reflection of
Wait,
this?
Yeah, hang on. Go ahead. Say.
He was asked if it was a true and accurate reflection of the scene as reflects the snow and ice on the car. It was such a specific question.
It's really, but listen to how argumentative he kind of gets in this last one.
In our face, correct?
Yeah.
Passenger side of the car, and that right rear taillight is right there shining in our face, correct? From this perspective.
That's good. Solid question.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
From this perspective, from the perspective that the jurors are looking at,
Okay.
from all indications, that would appear to be the right side of the truck, the passenger side of the truck, And that taillight that you can see is the right rear taillight from this perspective, correct?
The way it presents itself, yes.
And yesterday,
That was a good fucking question. That was a good question. And he had boxed him in with the prior questions. That's solid.
Yeah.
during
No, they
the
did
entirety
a
of
good
your
job
question
here.
by Mr. Lau.
It's this part when he gets argumentative. Sorry, it's this part. You were going to say something about the prior question, though. I cut you off.
The prior question, like what Jackson or what Lolly asked him was so specific.
Not Lolly. This is Jackson, Alan Jackson.
No, I know, but then when Jackson asks him, you
Yeah.
were asked if it was, if it was, what do you call it? Accurate. It's not actually what he said, right? There is a difference between what was said and so forth. And I wonder if that was on purpose by Lally.
I don't know. It just,
there's so much wrong with this that this is what the pigeon business is about, right? Because when I originally said pigeon business, it's like, it's hard to tell if there's a strategy here or if it's just dumb or whatever else. And you just go,
just don't.
You can't tell the stupidity from the strategy. And also, I'm hearing people saying that there's 2 lawyers on the jury. Who the fuck let a lawyer on this jury?
If I'm the defense, I am.
Oh, if I'm the defense, I'm like, yes, freaking please. If I'm the prosecution, if I'm Lolly,
hell no.
I'm going, God, no. You know who I want on this jury? I want cops. I want,
wives of cops. I want husbands of cops. I want law enforcement. I want
security guards. I want bouncers. I want
bartenders. I want people that I want everyone other than lawyers.
Yeah.
And doctors. I don't want doctors.
Yeah, I'm just like, I don't understand this at all. So
next question. This is argumentative. Ready?
And that taillight that you can see is the right rear taillight from this perspective, correct?
The way it presents itself, yes.
And yesterday, during the entirety of your questioning by Mr. Lau, not once did you mention that this video is actually completely inverted.
I did not know.
Fair question. And he jumps to answer it. So I was good question.
Oh,
Mr. Lally didn't ask you if it was inverted, correct?
that's correct.
And if I hadn't gotten up here and begun questioning you, that would be left uncorrected, correct?
And that's
too far. That's a
bar. Oh, that's really bad. Oh yeah.
But the jury heard it.
Yep.
And Lolly
they were
objects
thinking
to it.
They were thinking it beforehand. It was literally like the prosecution just lost all their credibility, didn't they? That's what that question was phrased as.
Yep.
Mr. Lolly just lost all of his credibility, didn't he? Objection. Yes.
Also, it's kind of like, oh, Mr. Lolly is a liar, isn't he?
It really was. So Monday's going to be fun.
I want to know what kind of law the lawyers on the jury panel practice. Because if there's I assume there's no prosecutors. Because Lolly that just wouldn't happen.
You wouldn't want a prosecutor there judging how you're doing your job. Because they would see how you're
Jackson
fucking it up.
wouldn't. Jackson and Yannetti wouldn't allow a prosecutor on their jury. I assume there's no criminal defense lawyers.
I mean, can I just as we get to the close of that, Cross?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
My style has always been Yannetti. Like I am the build. I'm the slow start, the build. I build the friendship. I build a rapport. I build the slow start, build towards
That's
the
not
end.
how
and
Yannetti
then
rolls. Yannetti comes in hot.
No, Jackson comes in hot.
Oh, there's a lot of times Yannetti is coming in
Yeah,
bore.
but Yannetti with a witness that's like quasi adverse, Yannetti comes in gentle and builds. I like the Jackson style cross. I sometimes wish I had the confidence to do that because he comes straight out swinging. Man, he's like, this is either a home run or I am striking out. Oh my God, that's just, this case is so, I did not see this coming.
I was not going to cover this one right up until I watched the openings. And I watched those on Emily's channel, and I was like, holy crap, I have never seen such an awful opening from the prosecution. I was like, I could just do a video just on how bad this is, but then people would be bored to tears. And then I saw Yannetti's opening, and it was just like, he's like, is this thing on? Karen Reed was framed. And I was like, holy crap, dude.
And then you saw Lolly with every witness. Like, there are doors that the prosecution has closed throughout all the pretrial motions, right? The prosecution has created a hallway, and every door along that hallway is closed. And here comes Lolly with his first few witnesses, and he's like, you know what? That door too. Let's just bust every one of those down and let's argue all the shit. I'm going, what the hell is happening?
It is straight up bizarre.
60% of what the defense has been able to get out in cross should not have been elicited in cross if direct was done appropriately. If you had confined the direct testimony to the issues that you needed to prove guilt, and only those issues, you would not have had any of what we are having right now. What we're having right now is a whole lot of doubt.
I don't know the rules in this particular area because some places cross-examination is confined by the direct. Some places it's not. Some places cross-examination is confined only by relevance. And if
it's confined by direct. She's cut people off for going outside.
Okay. Where I am, cross-examination is confined by relevance. So I can cross on stuff outside of outside of their direct testimony. So.
Oh, this is funny. Like, Rob, you've been busy. I've been watching in the wings. I have been. And I've been yelling at Ian via text message, like in screaming emoji faces, like, what the fuck is happening?
Accurate.
On stream.
Rob has on a couple of times sent messages to me or multiple people going like, did you see that? Exclamation mark or question mark? Like
4 or 5 hours late because I'm watching it like as I'm driving home. Yeah. Ian, can you do me a favor? And would you mind pulling up a few super chats? I just need a break real quick.
Okay. Do you want me to look for ones that are
questions that you can answer, or either one?
So, statement. You apparently have a portrait coming for your birthday. Rob, by the way, will have his earbuds in, so we can hear all of this. This one I'm going to leave. The Chugi Show live. My weekend at swell. Cat caught a bat. He's fine. The bat or the cat? But my Maverick needs a lawyer for causing me to have a panic attack. Oof. Sorry to hear all of that. Crazy Cat Queen. I've had Sarah Boone on the calendar for the last 12 months. Lol. Thank you. Mod Princess 916. My parents had a branch fall down due to rot, not weather. I messaged pictures on Twitter. I don't know if Rob has much use for one that's rotted. Otherwise, he might ask you to send him the branch so that he could do something with it. I don't know. Lyrebird says, celebrating 1 month with my brand new baby tonight with a mocktail and FNF. Congratulations. We'll probably need to join replay crew after I pass out from exhaustion. That is what brand new babies do.
Yeah, that's the brand new baby thing.
Yeah, 100%.
The fallen branch, I pulled up the pictures. That's a white oak fallen branch, and honestly, I'm just glad that you guys are safe because it looks like it busted through the window. So, no, there's not much I can do with that.
This one I got to bring up.
Yes.
Ashley King, Ian, I tried the Canadian snacks. I'll super chat you my reviews on your channel. I fell asleep before you went live the last 2 nights. Thank you. So she wanted to try some of the Canadian snacks that I brought for Emily.
Which ones?
So I
all dressed.
All dressed chips, ketchup chips, coffee crisp.
Those are good.
I forget what they're called. They're little. I'm gonna go grab a bag in a moment. They're little like potato sticks.
The
with like hickory smoke flavor.
The hickory sticks. Yeah, those are good.
I love those.
They're very good. Like at the end of the night, like just I need something that.
I ended up having a bag of them last night exactly for that reason. It was like, I'm done everything. I don't want to cook anything. I want a snack. I'm going to have a bag of little potato shards. So
it's good. Yep.
I also brought hot sauce. Some of that hot sauce, hopefully Emily will mail to you.
Yeah. Emily texted me that she needs my address to mail it to.
So, because Emily's not going to eat those hot sauces. I can tell you that.
No, but I will.
She very artfully avoided trying those hot sauces.
Yeah, I'll eat it. Destiny Salazar, how's the new studio feel? I miss this jury. I miss the jury too. The new studio is like my bedroom. Like that's my impromptu bed. So that's just, I don't have the new studio yet. That will be sometime July. Mama Wolf, my 11-year-old who has ADHD, got presidential autism, ADHD. Got Presidential Academic Excellence Award at her 5th grade graduation. She wants to be a doctor, and she absolutely can and should pursue that goal.
Absolutely, but that is there's a lot of work in between now and then, and I'm sure she's up to it, but it's a lot.
Looks like she's put in a lot of work already, so if she just keeps on the path,
I'm rooting for her.
Yeah, keep putting in that work. She can do it.
Yep.
Maria Teresa, doctor's in hospital with my 4-year-old. Stressful week. Ouch. I'm sorry.
I am
never been so happy to be
sorry. I hope
distracted
that,
by my favorite people with some legal fuckery. Maria, that's tough. Sick kiddos is the worst. I'm glad we can offer distraction, and I hope they are swift to recovery and that it is just another speed bump in what you will remember as being the mom raising 2 or 3 or 4 amazing kids, or just the 4-year-old. I don't know how many you have.
Now, Rob, I was told this, and you also need to be told this. When covering Karen Reed,
yes,
you cannot use the phrase speed bump.
That's bad.
Mm-hmm. No to that.
No. It's not my worst screw up. My worst screw up goes to last 2 weeks. My worst screw up goes to 2 weeks ago.
That one was
that was my
worst.
worst.
Bad.
That was my worst. That was my very worst. Noted. Understood. Babs Austin, adjusting to new diagnosis of AFib. Adjust appropriately. Kristen M96, oh good. Mass is making South Carolina look better. Courthouse Becky, hold my beer. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I'm covering that this weekend.
Yeah. We might have to do like a brief touch on that one and let Ian cover the rest of it on Monday or over the weekend.
I think that's probably Saturday. I got to figure out the time. Mrs. Runkle is away. So once I learned that, I was like, oh, we're doing
Yeah.
Courthouse Becky, I guess.
So what I'll do tonight is I'm going to preview like the first 2 ethics complaints or charges, and then I'll let Ian fill the gap because the first 2 will give you a good idea of what's going on. Yeah. Linda Santiago, happy to watch you while stuck in the hospital. I hope you heal well and recover quickly and get out of that hospital quickly. Jeremy Morton, only 30 minutes in for the bad words from Ian. Yeah, that's just par for the course. Alan Muller, is the body cam footage of an official document, and can the officer be charged with falsifying a record or lying on body cam? No, that's not a charge. That doesn't happen. Ryan Man YYC, celebrating Doc's sign off on my driver fitness. Congratulations, Ryan Man YYC. Rain Man. That's a big achievement, especially after you've been through what you've been through. So congrats to you, my friend. Happy driving. Steve A, sounds suspiciously like Plomo O Plata. That's like a lot of things. Lost on where we were with that one. Katrina Turner, I found a box in my closet today with my mom's old Bible. Y'all are my company while I'm making a new cover for it.
Oh, that is cool.
That's freaking awesome.
Also, Canadian snacks.
They're good. Those are decent. I don't like the ketchup chips that much. Those I like. The hickory sticks I like. That's fair.
I'm busting them out. I'm busting those out.
Katrina Turner, you will find a friend in chat in XCDA who is also doing bookbinding.
I wish I could do some bookbinding.
XCDA actually like flew to Winchester where you were and went to a bookbinding like class.
Oh, that's awesome.
And I got to see the work. Like she actually flew through and we hung out for a bit. I got to see the work of what she actually rebound. It was pretty freaking amazing. But yeah, you'll find a friend in chat.
More of the tools for it because some of those tools are insanely expensive.
I don't know anything about it. All of my tools are in boxes and in a storage place, and I don't like it. I talk about Bruno, youngest, graduated high school yesterday evening. Eyes are finally starting to depuff. Allow the emotion to flow through you. That is fine. The kiddos are allowed to go off and be young adults, and you will be there to catch them when they fall, as they will from time to time. Entry required. Caught up to a live show. Mr. Entry required. Glad to see you here, my friend. K-Rab, you can see the hearing mentioned earlier. This is the Eckert hearing on Lauren Nidey. She has the court's permission to stream live from inside the courtroom. Oh. Okay. Come on, let me write this down. Notey pad. One thing about 3 screens is I'm not going to complain about 3 screens. 3 screens is awesome. But thank you, K-Rab. Heather, isn't every defense a sodded defense? No.
No.
Aren't you always saying it wasn't your client, so it is by definition to be someone else? No, that's not the case.
A lot of the time, I'm not even saying that. I'm just saying they haven't proved a damn thing.
Yep. That you don't have to do anything or prove anything. So you're not having to point the finger at anybody. You just say they didn't prove it was my client. Or they didn't prove that this was what took place. It's not so much like my client, right? Sometimes it's they didn't prove that this is what transpired.
I had a case. Now, this is in front of a judge alone. Bench trial. So no jury. You would never do this in front of a jury because it would be insane. But my closing argument was, did my client do this? Or probably. But probably isn't good enough. My client was acquitted.
Yeah.
I have on numerous occasions argued that the prosecution has got us to probably, but not to all the way. So.
Oh my God, I just saw this. Simply Stacy, no. No. Rob, since you're a family law guy, are the Living Will power attorney kits on Amazon legit? No, 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 run for the hills. No. Trying to
If
adult
one
on
of
a
those
budget.
things goes wrong, those are so awful. Jenny, send me an email. I'll try to figure that out. But yeah, if
And
one
simply,
of those,
simply Stacy, like, I mean, really, depending on where you live, send me an email, lawnlumber@gmail.com. I will try to send you to like free or cost-effective resources for that kind of stuff. And most hospitals will have their own. It's not great, but my God, do not do the Amazon thing. Don't do it. Just don't do it. I saw that one out of turn. And I was like, no. Nope.
yeah, no, oh my God, no.
Yeah. AG, remarkably generous. Thank you for the very generous super chat. Work has been insane. First live in a while. Did the wildest depot last week. Oh my God. You are in like the prime of getting into court reporting. So when you say the wildest depot last week, talk to me in 3 years. Like the experience you're going to have over the next time is going to be insane. The taking attorney threatened to sue the non-party witness for not producing docs he said he'd look for. Turns out taking client was refusing to pay sanctions for the same. Yep. I've told you depositions are the Wild West. They're the Wild West. They are crazy.
In Canada, I'm aware of a case where one lawyer and another lawyer in the depot stepped outside the depot, had a fist fight, and then went back in and resumed the depot. And on the record of the depot, now I've seen it, I cannot share it. I had to promise I wouldn't put it on a video.
Yeah.
Because then it like reveals the lawyers and all of that. But it is mentioned the fact that one of the lawyers has a bleeding nose from having been punched. It's in the transcript. Somebody says, your nose is dripping. Can I get you a tissue?
Oh no! And it's worse if it's the other lawyer that called it out that gave him the bloody nose. Oh, it's the Wild West.
Somebody says, "Was that you?" I do criminal law. We never really do depots, so no. It was not me.
No, depots are reserved for us civil folk. Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, I need the transcript. You can redact everything you need to redact. I won't share with anybody. I just need it.
I'll have to ask if I can. So
Ashley Linnell, did you see the Young Thug trial today? They gave their star witness immunity and he pled the fifth and was arrested for contempt. I saw the reports. I have to go back and watch the video again. Donnie B, Court TV reported the courtroom was stunned by the intervening inverted video reveal. Said the jury stopped taking notes and some stare at each other. I take in court reporting like skeptically. Two, I still wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah,
Greg,
it's I'm always a little. I mean, I went and did jury, and you as well with the Depp trial, right?
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of things, it's like they do a thing, and you are, it's hard to interpret some of these things. So, yeah, I don't know.
Yep.
That said, if that's where the jury is, then we might expect to see some real interesting verdicts.
Yep.
I mean,
Greg, let's talk. Go ahead.
If
let's talk
the
about
jury is
for a
that
sec.
skeptical. Sorry, we keep talking over each
No,
other.
keep
here.
going. Go.
If the jury's that skeptical, we might see a verdict like real fast. But yeah, Harmony says, on Twitter, somebody said the other thing of no reaction. So we've got multiple reporters. This is the problem. I got somebody on somebody on Twitter was like chirping at me because I said, like, listen, I don't trust, I basically said I'm skeptical of Turtle Boy's reporting. I'm skeptical of every report
Everyone.
that comes out of that courtroom.
Everyone.
Because, it's just every time I hear something, it's different. And people have perspectives and they have leanings. And like, I don't know if he's accurate. I don't have time to go through every single thing. And a lot of it I just can't check at all. So, like, I just don't know. Maybe it's perfect stuff. Maybe it's not. But I just...
I mean, let me tell you this. I don't believe shit in this case.
That's where I am too.
I don't believe shit. I don't believe
Yep.
a damn word said by anybody. And therefore, how the hell do I get to beyond a reasonable doubt? That's where I am.
I mean, it's just like, I don't know, right? I'm not trying to throw shade at Turtle Boy. It's just Turtle Boy is a person, and I don't believe any of the persons, in terms of the reporting. Without, it's just this trial has been so full of chaos and whatever else. I'm just watching the trial. That's it. That's all I got. So, and I know that's going to piss some people off, and it is what it is.
It is. I'm calling the evidence as I see it presented with an eye skeptical towards what it's intended to prove as it's being presented.
Yep.
I'm just viewing things as they come in, folks. No, I don't have 9 million emails or information from outside sources. No, I don't have the time to consume that. You know who else doesn't have the time to consume that? The jury. The jury doesn't have the time to consume that. The jury is being presented with what they're seeing, and the jury was just misled.
If I'm on the jury, I am very unhappy with how things have been going. So,
oh, I see a friend. Chaos Agent.
Hey, Natalie, we have got to chat sometime because it has been way too long, and there's so much stuff that's been going on.
Yeah. So Natalie, if you learned that the prosecution put on a video that was inverted and had the witness testify the entire time without drawing attention to the fact that it was inverted, and maybe drawing attention to a tail light that on the proper video, like inverted, would have been the opposite side of what we were seeing, would you have issues with that? Because I'm pretty sure you'd lose your shit properly. So
yeah.
Natalie would lose her shit. Absolutely. Okay, I have to hit a couple more. So speed round, and then we'll get Sarah Boone. Hickory sticks are great. Greg, let's talk about the shoe for a second. I don't care about the colors. They match. I want to know why the left shoe seemed to be the one recovered at the scene and only the right shoe is in evidence. I don't know. That's an explanation I would love to hear.
That's the problem with this case, is that there's so much stuff that it's just like,
no.
I don't know, and this makes no sense. People keep asking me, like, can you explain this so that it makes sense? And I'm like,
no.
I don't think anybody can.
No.
Like,
there's no. Make it make sense. I'm sorry. Like, I just Cass and Sass, it's a bad case if we have to wait for the defense to cross-examine Commonwealth witnesses in order to answer questions formed in our heads during direct. I agree. Gringa. R&R already enough reasonable doubt in your opinion? Oh yeah, I'm there.
The thing is,
here's the thing: the prosecution still has a whole lot of days. They have a lot of time.
Right now, there's a ton of reasonable doubt. But it could be like the very last day. They're like, oh, by the way, here's the video of Karen Reed doing it.
Oh, wait, hang on. Right? I got one. Hang on, I got one. Natalie, if you're still in the chat, the last day of the case, all of a sudden there's a drone that was flying overhead.
Yeah.
The drone happened to capture at that moment Karen Reed's vehicle hitting John O'Keefe.
Yeah. Or like the last day, there's like it's like, oh, by the way, here's a recorded phone call where she, brags about doing it, right? Like,
Okay, then
and
you
she
got
says,
me.
and I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for those meddling kids. Like, it's possible. Do I expect this? No, because I would have expected that to be 8 o'clock day one. And quite frankly, if the prosecution had that, I don't think we'd have been running a trial, because why would you run a trial if they, the prosecution has to play poker with their cards face up. And defense doesn't know what they're going to draw. They don't know how things are going to.
To some extent.
They at least have to play poker with their starting cards face up. And then,
Starting cards. Yes, there you go.
And then there's going to be stuff that happens in the trial. There's going to be whatever else. But what that means is that if they're sitting there on pocket aces, it's not so common that the defense runs it, right? Defense usually doesn't run things if the prosecution's sitting on, on the winning cards.
You don't advance a SOTA defense if prosecution has pocket aces.
Yeah. So it's like, okay, me too.
I'm trying. Okay, so let me give the caveat to the question just asked. If the trial were to end today, could you convict? No.
Yeah, if the judge goes pencils down, time, no chance. But that's not how this goes, right? That's not how that works.
Froggy Girl, I can't fathom how that's the driver's side. It's the car from Europe and has driver's side on the other side. No, it's
the
just
mirror's flipped.
inverted. And that's the problem. When you give the visual, your brain, you can process information verbally, right? Like say, this is the mirror image. But
when you mirror it over, it'll make perfect sense.
But when I'm presented with the visual, my brain cannot process, hey, I'm supposed to reverse this. It can't. I'm still seeing the right quarter panel. That's it. So that's a big problem I have.
I can flip it in my head, but
intentional or not, Lally handed the defense the one thing he couldn't afford to hand him: credibility. I agree with that. Trish, there was a previous video from Sally Port that was not mirrored. Because of that, I believe Lally knew and deliberately deceived the jury.
Maybe.
That's a fucking stretch for me. That's a stretch. I get that prosecutors are dirty sometimes. Like,
it's just
people
that would
talk
be
about
dirty
defense
in a way
attorneys
that's
being
like,
shady.
That one is just, it feels like it's stupid dirty, right? Like in the sense of you have to know you're not getting away with it. Yeah.
You're not gaining anything because you're hurting yourself. Linda M, welcome back, Rob. Glad you're covering Karen Reed. I've been watching it. Annabelle Feinstein had at the chat and run as I'm otherwise occupied and replay crew tonight, but wanted to show my support. Thank you, Annabelle Feinstein. Very much appreciated. Entry required. Runkle is right. Mirroring is common on many videos. Yes, it is. How many car vlogs have you seen where people look like they're driving in the UK? Missing time is worse. I think the missing time with the next video, based on what I've seen, might be more significant. Forever
Missing
Wander,
time might be fatal to them with the mirrored. When they get into like, because they've explored it a little bit, I'm just like, if I'm a juror, I'm just like, who knows what they could have been doing in those missing seconds, right?
Yep. And here's the thing. I'm going to give this caveat right now. If I don't get to Sarah Boone and Becky Hill, it's because of chat. It's because of y'all.
Chat, stop super chatting.
I'm telling that right now. I'm giving you that caveat right now. If I don't get to Sarah Boone, it's because of chat. Because y'all keep dropping the Karen Reed stuff has got people so opinionated. My God, I don't know if I've seen a case this divisive in a while.
Oh man, this has got to be the case that I've had so many people come at me so aggressively and angrily about.
Maya was one for me. But I was doing recaps like you were doing now.
Yeah. I'd get people like on this one, I've got people who are just coming out swinging hard. And I'm just like, and sometimes it's like, hey, this witness was good on direct. And they're like, how dare you? And then on cross, I point out like, yeah, they got slaughtered on cross, but they did good on direct. And people just like losing their minds on this one. I don't, it's so wild. Yep. I'm going to shut up. I'm going to do something else so that you can get through the super chats.
You read John Smith's comment. I talk plenty fast, John Smith. Forever Wander, if the DA was trying to prove something, someone wasn't wearing their wedding ring and used an inverted video as evidence, no one would believe it was unintentional. Fair freaking point. Zealous Boo. Remember, this wasn't produced until midway through the trial, so I would like to believe prosecution judge didn't notice it. It was flipped. I'm not going to say the judge. I'm going to say the judge didn't know. I'm going to guarantee that. Cross stitch. Oh my goodness, I was listening to EDB, didn't realize how bad this video was. It's really bad. Jazzed up. Lolly did not give the Sallyport video to the defense until he showed it in the trial this week. Otherwise, defense opening would have been different. That video is awful. Christy, Vinny.
And failing to disclose it until this point is also awful.
Big problem. Yeah. Christy, Vinny Politan flipped the footage correctly. I can flip it too. I have it downloaded. I just haven't done it yet. So I'm going to take a look at it. But yeah, Christy, it makes it easier to understand and watch it 450. I have to go back and watch all of it again. Jason Heath, any crime con behind the scenes and stories? Ian and Emily have a lot.
I met Jason Bowles.
Ian met Jason Bowles, got him to sign dummy rounds. I'm going to let Ian say that on Monday. So you have to check out his Monday stream. You have to check it out.
It's probably going to be Sunday that'll talk about that.
Then you have to check out his Sunday stream.
I got to figure out what I'm doing this weekend.
Because he's going to talk about Jason Bowles and signing the dummy rounds, and Jason Bowles still not understanding the law because Jason Bowles just doesn't understand the damn law.
Oh, that was bad.
Emily and I were screaming into a phone for a while.
I
heard you almost walked out.
You know who did?
I heard that Emily almost stood up and said something.
Yeah, but she did walk out.
I know.
I was like, I am powered by rage. I will sit here and like, this just fuels me. But the part that really, really filled me with rage?
Victim blaming?
Yeah, they kind of low-key blamed Helena Hutchins for her death. And then from there went on to directly say it.
Yeah, I know.
And that was Dutch Merrick that said it, but everyone else on that panel just sat there nodding and smiling. And I can tell you, I would not have been nodding and smiling.
I saw your tweets, and I've been around you enough to know when you tweet at that rate, I kind of know what your brain is doing. It's not
my brain is in full anger mode.
Yeah, you're upset. But tune in to Ian on Sunday, please. Jennifer, thank you for becoming a member. Aussie J, if defense forced to call Proctor, declare hostile. Oh, Proctor's hostile. They get to cross-examine him right away. But the problem is the prosecution gets to ask leading questions in response. You don't want to do that. You want the prosecution to call him. K-Rap, Lolly's been trying to poke holes in defense theories since the beginning rather than prosecuting his own case. Yes. So far, he's only proved it was snowing.
At this point, I am not convinced that it was like all of these witnesses are so I'm exaggerating, folks. I'm not serious, but because we've got such a pack of liars, it's like, was it really snowing?
It's pretty bad. Jeremy Morton, when it's paused, read the closed caption for Lolly saying the sergeant just tripped, and then Judge saying, speak up. Yep, I know. He owned that he was the person that was there, but he ran away from it pretty quick. Lynn and Britton, just more proof. It's all sus. Love you all together. Thank you. Then Lori Howard, why didn't they back the car in like the police car beside it? Just the Sallyport has garages on both sides, so you can actually just go all the way through. So
we
just drive it in. Cookie Mon Steve, good evening all. It's been a while, but nice to see things back online. I like the background, but wonder when the jury box returns. Late July. And I might have to build a new jury box. Rose Lee,
you hate building things.
I despise it. I have to build a new shop. Thanks for giving me. Remember Rose Lee?
I gotta get back into the leather workshop.
Jarigan, this trial, Asses versus O'Higgins, Heart Slayer. Bad friends, bad facts, bad forensic, bad findings, all bad fuckery, bad. Bring Proctor to the stand. Proctor on the stand is, I want the butteriest of all popcorn that ever existed. And like nonstop ever flowing beer. And I'm just going to sit there and just popcorn and beer pie. Like, I'm going to watch that thing like it's a damn movie because
I was going to say, I don't know about the popcorn, but oh man, am I going to be cracking open a beer for that?
Oh my God. and the Commonwealth is in a place where they have to call him. They can't not. If they don't, you better believe as the defense, I am going to just annihilate them on every argument and every question.
On closing, I'm going to be, the prosecution tried to hide Proctor from you. We had to bring him in.
Tried to hide Proctor, the assigned investigator to the case.
Yeah. They weren't going to call him. We had to call him.
Oh my God. Oh, get your popcorn ready, Ben. That's going to be wild.
Oh, I mean, it's going to be all the fireworks.
Some people keep shouting online this video wasn't disclosed by prosecution until we played it in front of the jury. Can you talk about defense would have pitched if that was actually the case? I don't know. What I imagine that sidebar was they watched the video. Judge Bev probably said, do you have a dispute as to the authenticity? Because whether it's disclosed or not is one thing, right? But if the facts are the facts,
it might be excludable on that. But the problem is that if it's excluded, you may then be precluded from making the argument of, they didn't show you this video.
Yeah. And honestly, that video, if that was a fight, if Lolly brought that up mid-trial and Lolly was like, I want this, and defense catches that misstatement, you guys, this might be the moment in the trial that you're talking about where this is the turning point of the trial. Like this misstatement, this whole inverted video thing. So you reap what
I did
you
not
sow.
love that. I got to say.
That's what I mean. You reap what you sow. If you want to come in late with a video and that video gets used by the defense to make a point, it's kind of on you. I don't know. Mama Smith, Brandy posted a new video if you want to see it. I did see that she posted a video and inverted or reverted the video. I'll check that out. Rainbow RC, thank you for memberships, gifting. Very much appreciated. Lynn Britton, biggest takeaway, never go to Canton. I'm not driving through there anytime soon.
I expect I'd get pulled over and, maybe get to visit Chloe.
No, Chloe's been rehomed. We don't know where Chloe is.
I have my guesses as to where Chloe is, but I don't want to visit Chloe.
We're not going to say that. That's depressing. Mysterica Claus just pulled in. Yay, missed you. Welcome back. Thank you, Mysterica Claus. Peyton, looks like the SUV was in the Sallyport prior to this video. The outline of snow fits the SUV perfectly. The tape looks pretty cut. Where'd the snow come from? I don't know. I'm not going to go that far down the rabbit hole. I'm just viewing what I'm viewing. I don't know. Cindy Calderon, waiting to hear if I have some cancer that took my dad. If I have the same cancer that took my dad.
Oh,
okay. Thanks for a chance to step away from it for a bit and laugh. Cindy, laughter is and will always be the best medicine, period. So will family and good food and good company and good conversation. Feels good. Appreciate you guys. Well, we appreciate you being here and being willing to share what you're going through. So that cancer ain't coming in. It's not going to be there. And if it is, we're going to fight that bitch back like it never came in the first place. So you've got this. Head up. Enjoy the evening. Enjoy the Friday. Enjoy the summer evening. And enjoy some laughs if you can. Cheers, and thank you for being here, Cindy. Rob, they just received this video version in a few weeks ago. I don't think Lolly knew it was really only crappy police evidence. I'm leaning towards that more and more. I don't know, though. Feral Dragon, love you guys, but Rob, will you go if the feds take any of the Keystone cops? No one knows how the feds got involved to this day, please. I don't know anything. Just commenting on a trial. That's it. Amy Kimball. It's sad because there's a real family that lost someone that needs answers as to what happened to their loved one. I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of this trial, I don't think we're getting there.
At the end of the day, John O'Keefe deserved a better proceeding than what we're seeing. And what's happening is absolutely, it's absolutely tragic, and we may never actually get to know what happens.
Yeah. Greg, another Lolly issue. Lolly presented the audio yesterday as an interview with Karen. It was actually audio taken from the body cam during booking. I will imagine we'll see that on Monday. Mispronounced name. Assuming Lolly's brain is in basket of worms. How do you explain all of this? Is in on it? Too much trust? The witnesses, lack of experience? I don't know. I'm not going to try and speculate there. I have no clue. Megan, aka Meg, is autistic. Based on how the footage is presented, that is a car made from the Australian market. Fair. Jen Meyer, theory. Brian Higgins told John about Karen, got in a fight, and Albert and Dog got involved. Almost everyone's lying, but not all for the same reasons. I don't know. I don't have to. You know what's funny, Jen? I don't have to buy into any of that to get to not guilty. And that's where I am. But all of that or some of that could be true. I don't know. Katie Pose, long time no chat. Prayers for quick moving. Oh, it's your prayers are very much well received. Kat, you guys should watch the video in a mirror. I might do that. Baby Gator, even knowing the video is inverted, I still have a hard time telling myself the driver's side super confusing the jury. Yes, agreed. Bridget Wainwright, I need AJ to ask 2 questions. If the jury doesn't know the video is inverted, what side do they think the taillight is on? Then, is that accurate? That's not bad. But you can't ask the jury questions. So,
at least not until the trial is done.
Yeah. Calypso and Vixen. Amber, hey. Happy FNF. Needed that tonight from Hampton Roads. My words just left me. From Hampton Roads. Welcome back, Rob. Thank you, Calypso's Vixen. Wakasa Academy once took a direct rear hit from an SUV at highway speed. Tail lights remained largely intact. That experience makes it hard to buy prosecution's theory. The funny thing about plastics, they can break depending on the angle, object, where it hits. I'm not going to buy into couldn't possibly break. Ever drop your phone on the floor? You can drop your phone from a ceiling and it won't break. But then you drop it from a foot away from the ground and suddenly because of the angle it hits, it shatters. Same concept.
Also, the temperature might be relevant. I don't know. We've heard one witness say, plastics in temperature. That said, I want to see some expert evidence on that point. So I don't know.
Yep. Lori Leanne, I have named this the Gaslit Trial. Fair. Ms. Squirrel, thank you for the memberships. Mary Lou Crafts, thanks for being a soundtrack while I fix my car with my dad. Good parental bonding. Love it. Spend all the time you can, by the way. It's the best thing in the world. And I feel good because I fixed something. Oh, what a great chat. Thank you, Mary Lou. Lori Leanne, where's the dash cam from when followed the tow truck? I don't know. Maybe we'll see it next. I'm shocked. Sucks that we have to listen to Lolly drone on for hours only after the fence come in and be a waste of our brain. You mean Lolly's droning or the defense? I don't know.
I'm not sure what that means, but it means one or the other.
It does. OG Sean White, I live one town over. I can tell you the majority agree this is a BS trial and not guilty. This has been
problem is that the jury may be seeing different, you never know with juries, right? One thing that happens is juries get out of a trial and they've delivered a verdict, and then they realize that their verdict is super unpopular. It's a thing that's been known to happen. So,
yep. Jojo, thanks for giving me. Remember, Bad Insomnia and F&F is a win. Thank you, Jojo. Irish Rover, my impression during the trial has become a cop family thinking they run the department, wouldn't get questioned prosecuting an outsider. Now they are scrambling to come up with something. That's a theory. I'm not going to discredit anybody coming up with theories, but here's the thing. Don't mistake any theories advanced for something the defense has to prove. They don't have to prove shit. That's where I'm coming in at.
Defense doesn't even have to prove that it was snowing.
Correct. Thank you, Ian. Lisa Eccles not ready to vote, but it does look like either incompetence or lazy detective work, maybe due to snow. It's 112 degrees here in Arizona. I saw the weather. Too hot for any motivation. We're in the news for dumb stuff, but not this kind. Whew. Stay inside. This time of year in Arizona, just avoid the daytime. Thank you for the super chat. Lori Annie, why lawyers jumped over them not having a warrant? What part? What warrant? This was just recently. I don't know. I lost context there. The Squid, look up the openings from the Chandler Hallerson trial. That's a proper storytelling opening. I will take your word for it, Squid. And someday I might look that up. I also know the facts of that trial, and I don't know that I want to dive into that right now.
I don't know that one, so
it involves cannibalism.
Oh. Well, I mean,
of family.
Well, sure, of course.
Yep. Jargon. Jackson, call an ambulance, but not for me. Pretty honest throwaway. This trial has gone on. I've wondered how much is KR paying? Like, these guys are good, so they can't be cheap. They're private too. They're wrecking balls. Miley Cyrus has nothing on these two.
I'm sure that this is a lot of money.
They are not cheap at all. Yeah. They're damn good too.
They're excellent. There is no way that they're inexpensive. Yeah, it's just all the money at the end of the day is what.
Yep. Devin, note to self, send Rob Hickory 6. Devin, just bring in September. Petty honest throwaway. Also, how is KR even affording them? I don't know.
There was a GoFundMe.
Oh, was there?
Also, she was not poor before.
No, she had money.
So
she had a house she wasn't even staying in, right?
Yeah, I mean, it may be that she's one of the people in the lucky position of being able to actually fund a defense.
Yeah, it's the case. Gen P, car seized January 29th, warrant obtained 2-1. How? Oh, you can seize stuff without a warrant to search it yet.
Yeah. You'll often see this with like a computer that'll be like, okay, so we have taken the computer, but we can't actually look at what's in the computer until we get permission. So
usually it's some exigency exemption. Like I need to make sure this is still there for me to search when I do the search warrant. That's what it is. Like something in the law is telling me I need to make sure this is still around. That's why they can do that. Rachel Mills, Zoom court driver thoughts. Well, that was a weird story. We had a license that was suspended. Then it was not suspended. Then it was that we didn't have a license in the first place.
And it was also suspended.
It was also suspended. That story is a story for Monday, I think, for Ian's channel. Because I got to get through some other stuff.
It's probably not like Monday's probably going to be mostly a Karen Reed
recap.
Because by the time the recap is done, it's like, I don't have time for like the 17 other stories that I would like to cover. We'll get back to doing like Monday Fun Days properly once Karen Reed is done. Because
here's what we're going to do. I'm going to pull up non-question super chats while I'm playing this Sarah Boone stuff because I have to get through at least this next story. Otherwise, I am just going to be so mad at myself. Very quickly. Sarah Boone was in court. Sarah Boone is going to trial for, well, allegedly killing her boyfriend.
Allegedly bad things.
By putting him in a suitcase, and they were playing hide and seek, and they were not playing hide and seek, and she was totally not drinking, and he suffocated the suitcase. This case has been going and waiting for trial for 4 years. Sarah Boone has court-appointed counsel. She is on court-appointed counsel number 8.
She's had all the court-appointed counsel.
Like everyone. I think there are 8 court-appointed counsel in this district, and she's had all of them. She's upset with court-appointed counsel number 8, but we have a trial date. October 7th. We are going to trial, baby. We have a trial date. Oh, but she's mad. So let's hear why she's mad. Because she's in court. She tells us.
Judge, I've obviously not seen the letter. Ms. Boone is correct. She has walked out of the last 2 visits when I've tried to review things with her. Just so the court knows, I've spent probably 20 hours, a little bit more, a little bit less, with Ms. Boone. She has lots of lists, lots of questions in reviewing the court file.
20 hours is not a short amount of time. That's a long fucking time.
I mean, it depends. Criminal files, you talk to people for a fair bit.
Mm-hmm. But it's not inconsequential.
No, I mean, it's 20 hours is like multiple days.
Yeah. I'm seeing a lot of recommendations for the Hickory Sticks, and I'm letting you know that while I put these chats up, I am reading all of them, and I will be partaking in all of these suggestions.
She was distressed previously about having access to her lawyers. I have taken collect phone calls from her that are at my expense. JAC doesn't reimburse you because I think it's important for clients to have access. I have
Hang on, please. No one's interrupted you this morning, Ms. Boone.
As I said, I've spent over 20 hours going through her questions, going through her list. When I tried to update her with regard to the depositions that I took recently, she opted to exit the jail conference. When I tried to review some things with regard to discovery as to things I wanted to make sure she was aware of, she walked out. She has asked me repeatedly for a copy of some medical records. based on the discovery I got
I
from
don't
the
like how much
previous
information she's
attorneys,
giving.
one of the copies of those medical records had her handwritten notes. So she had a copy given to her previously. She'd reviewed them with previous attorneys. I sent her a new copy. Some of the things that she thinks are important from a lawyer perspective, perhaps I don't attach the same importance to, and you try to explain that to a client. You know, I know the court's in a difficult position, but at this point, we're at that impasse of if she walks out of every conference that I have with her, I'm not sure what that says about the attorney-client relationship.
Oh, I know what it says.
Ma'am, you said there was something else that you had other than a 58-page submittal or letter. What other information is it that you're
58 pages.
It's impressive.
seeking to have me take a look at?
It's things that I've been working on in the meantime. It's things that she likes to tell me is not.
Hang on, let me boost this audio because she's quiet in this.
Necessary, but I
Oh shit!
know for a fact
I didn't.
it is necessary. She likes to, in quotes, put things to rest all the time and constantly tells me I'm not having this conversation with you. So I'm not going to waste my time, and I, being in jail, has supposedly abundant amounts of. She's not going to waste my time because she's not going to explain something to me. And I have taken it upon myself to explain it to myself because she refuses to do so. I don't understand what it is that she has against me. I have told her from day one that her snotty attitude was inappropriate.
Did you catch that one?
Snotty attitude.
Her snotty attitude is inappropriate. Sarah Boone has an abundance of time in jail. So she feels that she should have law school 101. Like, just, we're going to explain everything. And when she talks about the lawyer, like saying, we're going to put an end to this. It's like, we've talked about this like 8 times, my friend. Like we have done this. We're not doing it again.
And I try very hard to bear with her and her attitude. I don't know what it is that I'm doing wrong to her, but I feel that her attitude has equaled prejudice, which is not in my favor, especially considering she supposedly represented my life.
Okay. Give me an example of, if you could, of items that you believe are important. Ms. Cashman is not giving attention to or dismissing as you may have framed it.
Yes, Your Honor. She likes to tell me that I don't like her answers. She's not giving me any answers to this. I've written 3 pages worth of questions, but I'm still waiting for her and any other attorney.
3 pages worth of questions. Ian, we've read the letters.
Mm-hmm.
You got time for those questions?
Yep. Always.
When you're billing for it, when CJA is paying the bill. But unless you have other clients, that's the thing. You have other clients. You have to.
Oh, I thought you meant, do I have time for those questions?
That's what I'm asking.
I
do you have time for those fucking letters?
Not as her lawyer, I wouldn't. God,
3
no.
pages of questions.
To actually answer for me, such as why can't I have a bond? Why can't I have a download of my phone? Why can't I speak to my investigator? Why can't I have my medical records? Why can't I fully utilize my constitutional rights? There's 3 pages worth of questions that I have.
What constitutional rights?
God, I love the judge picking up on that. Let's go, baby. Come on, judge.
Specifically.
I am I'm very leery about having a fair trial at this point. There are a handful of other amendments that I have been researching and working on and trying to incorporate. To me, what I have written to you is obvious, and apparently from the correspondence that I get from the world, South Korea was the last place that I received correspondence. They obviously see the same thing. So
Sarah, you can get there. Come on. We have faith. Spinny wheel,
I
stop.
have no faith.
Angel Baby 4210. I'm waiting for the letter to be released on Sarasota. I didn't see it this afternoon.
And apparently from the correspondence that I get from the world, South Korea was the last place that I received correspondence. They obviously see the same thing. So I don't know what I'm doing wrong other than wanting to have a very successful outcome. It's just
What does that look like for you, honey? Because a successful outcome, well, might be a long time in jail. Prison, rather.
just been long and drawn out, and I believe that God obviously believes in me as much as I do him in order to give me this very unique adventure that I am on, and I'm doing my best to let everyone know who I really am as opposed to the malicious murderer that everyone thinks that I am.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Stop talking. Stop writing letters to the judge. Stop doing all of this.
Stop everything.
Every single thing you've done. I want to know. I want people to know
Like
who
this-
I really am. I'm a very kind and sweethearted person. I love the world, and I have fans from South Korea and all over the place, and they'll post my bond for me.
Also, the last thing, if you're looking for a bond in a case like this, is to tell the judge that you've got fans or like supporters in a foreign country.
Judge,
If I was
don't
in
worry.
her position,
Don't worry, Madam Clerk, Mr. Clerk, please just hold money from a foreign entity. Just hang on to that. That will be my bond.
well, and also I have the resources to possibly flee the country.
Yeah,
Like that
kind
is
of.
the kind of thing that I would not, you couldn't waterboard out of me in her shoes, but
Potentially criminal. Sean, you are right. This is 100% her belief. She 1000% believes that she's going to walk out the front door and that's going to be the end of this trial. She believes that the bond is righteous and fair because she didn't do anything wrong and she should be allowed to walk around and just enjoy life because that's what's going to happen at the end of this trial. I don't know how she got to that conclusion. No, let me take that back.
was it a
I have
combination of mental illness and drugs? Because those
I
two
have
things go together.
speculation as to how she got to that conclusion. Oh my God. This is attorney number 8. We are now at waiver. We are now at waiver settings where you have been afforded the right to counsel and you, by your own voluntary actions, have waived that right. You are 8 attorneys deep, my gal.
Yeah, you don't get to the high score on this.
You mean Sarah's yeah. She I don't understand issues. Becky G, do not commit crimes. You have a happy life. Yep. Toward Mod Snacks, I gotta land this plane.
I don't feel that she can do that properly. I still always, the reason why I'm here is hope, is to hope that she will come in with a gentle, softer side and actually listen to what it is.
Bro, okay, I'm sorry. I made a promise. What the fuck? I want my defense attorney to come in with a gentle and softer side. Sometimes people mistake what the attorney is supposed to be.
I am not your friend. I am here to represent you, but we don't have to like each other. We just have to be able to work together.
Is a funny story, Ian. I've got a funny one. You have your stories. I have a story now. Ready? I had an intern.
Story time.
We had an intern with us with our office for the past 3 weeks. This intern is a junior at GW University and is considering going to law school. And she was kind of mirroring us, and she went to trials. And she went to one of my hardest trials with me, with a client that's probably one of my most taxing clients, emotionally, mentally, all of the above. But we went to trial.
Clients are never like that.
Never. Great result. But the trial, during the lunch break, we were having lunch down in the cafeteria. And I didn't even realize I said it, but it wasn't until today, which was the intern's last day, when she brought it up over lunch. And I asked her the question, it was the last day. I said, what was something that you didn't expect to see that made you laugh? And she said, well, when you said you were going to stab your client with a fork. I said, when did I say that? And she goes, we were at lunch and we were talking, and your client was saying something about what she was going to testify to in the afternoon. And you said, if you keep talking, I'm going to stab you with a fork. And I was like, that totally fair. I probably did say that because I'm not their friend. I'm not their friend. I am their better angel. I am the person that's there to make sure that they get like the things that they have done to get themselves here. I am there to navigate them to the other side of the litigation. Let me prevent you from stop doing the things that you keep doing.
But Rob, if you do stab them with a fork, you may need somebody like me.
I wasn't going to stab him with a fork. But apparently,
if you threaten to too credibly to stab them with a fork, you may need somebody like me.
The intern apparently, that was hilarious. Because apparently,
I mean, she's not wrong.
I was very serious when I looked at her and I said, I will stab you with a fork.
The intern is not wrong. It is hilarious. Objectively, that is hilarious.
Also, looking back on that, Ian, how many of your clients would you have said something similar to?
Only the ones who are awake.
Exactly. Oh. We are attorneys. We have a job to do. Sometimes it's hand-holding. A lot of times it is making you face a very harsh truth and getting you to face that harsh truth and get you through the litigation you're involved in.
Mm-hmm.
So that was it. So when I hear I wish she would be nice.
I'm saying, and see the bigger picture other than what's the one avenue that she keeps going down. There's other ways to win and more than one way. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do, but I'm not saying that I'm trying to remove her. I'm just trying to ask you, please, forgive me for having to ask you for this. If you could please let her know, please, to just be nice to me and have a welcoming attitude, and things will probably change, and I will not get up and I walk out. Please don't lie to me. Please don't give me half truths.
All right, that's where we're gonna end that clip because it was Judge. Please just tell my attorney to be nice to me.
Yeah, that is not available.
Mm-hmm. That's what we got. That was there. So that's where the Sarah Boone case has left us today. Because holy shit. Okay. Catching up on Super Chats, and we're going to roll for the evening because it is 4 hours and my mods I've pushed them, and I'm so sorry that I didn't intend to go this long. I knew that I would because Karen Reed is going to be opinionated, but we're going to wrap this up pretty quickly. Hannah O'Neill, how were they able to get the video in the trial with the prosecution admitting it after the trial started? That happens a lot more than you would think. Not in civil so much, but in criminal, it happens.
It's still worrying.
It is concerning. I don't like it, but it does happen. Melanie Pare, please confirm receipt of the package. I'm anxious. Melanie, I am sorry. I'm going to double check. I have not been to the post office in about 3 weeks. They don't lose stuff there. I will go find it. If I did receive it beforehand, there's a small collection of boxes that are still here that I have not touched because I can't touch anything in this house right now, but I'll try to find it. Send me an email, lawnlumber@gmail.com. I'll track it down. Cloud Fox. Watching an entire table of people cringe while Ian mixes his red wine and Coke. Priceless. The hot sauce is really good. You did that at CrimeCon? You did that at CrimeCon? You son of a bitch.
People were like, do you actually do this? And I was like, yes. So people went and bought me a wine and bought me a Coke and were like, prove it. And I was like, okay, don't threaten me with a good time. So
God, you child. I love you though.
It's tasty. And they're like, what kind of red wine do you put in this? I'm like,
you're on drugs.
Just a cheap house wine is fine.
Oh, did you see the video where a judge asked a lawyer to step into the court and they had a fight? I saw a report on that. I didn't see the video. Is there a video?
Yeah, there's a video in the courtroom.
Oh, baby. Give me that one. I want to see that video. I'll watch that. That's awesome. Marianne, is there ever a time when the judge can say time, pencils down, finished or not? Yep. Happens a lot, actually. Like, your case is done. You don't get to call more witnesses. I gave you time. You had this time. You wasted it.
Also, like the Depp trial, you have this many hours. And
Judge
I'm
Ascarati
pretty sure that
not fucking around.
I'm pretty sure that if like Elaine had been like, I need another 5 hours, Judge A would have been like, that's a you problem. So yeah.
Give you an example. I was in court today on a motions argument, and I got sent from courtroom 5A to 5C, then down to 4G, then down to 4A. It was a freaking day. But on certain motions, there's time limits for the sides. And I shit you not, I'm arguing this motion, and the judge's law clerk, I've never seen this before. I've been doing this for 15 years. There's the judge's law clerk holds up a yellow sheet of paper. So what the fuck are you doing? I'm arguing the case, yellow sheet of paper. And then he holds up a red sheet of paper just as I finish. Because I've been doing this so long that I know what 7 minutes is like in making that argument.
Yeah.
And he holds up the red sheet of paper. And I was like, that son of a bitch. He had paper. He had flags. He was flagging me.
In certain courtrooms, we've got a light that comes on when you've got like, a minute left or 2 minutes
like
or
appellate
whatever.
Court.
Yeah. And I can tell you, like in appellate court, they'll tell you like you need to you're done. Like that's it. It's over.
But this was a motions day trial court judge, and I'm getting like the little yellow paper and red paper. I was like, all right, I see you. Like, at least I knew what the time was. Like, I was trained to do it. But yeah, they will cut your ass off. GB dog drool. The Sallyport video that they showed after that was so dark you couldn't see it. Jury was focused on trying to see and would not have picked up the different car positioning. 100% intentional. I don't know. I am still two minds of this. I don't know that I'm ever going to come firmly down one side or the other. Irish exit off topic, but was wondering what happened to the crime of the century videos. Was trying to find Sacco and Vanzetti. Couldn't find it. Ian and I have to get back on making those. We have not had time.
And if you're wondering what happened to the old ones, we had a collaborator for those who turned out not to be such a great person, and also a fair bit of their material was plagiarized, which created a potential copyright problem. So none of those videos could stay up.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yep. Teddy Bear 1287. What about snow already being cleared off the car and in the Sallyport before the video shows the car pulling in? Interesting. Cleared the second time pulling in. They didn't show the first. That's a better argument than I think that's not bad. I didn't think about that. We're going to see on Monday what gets asked on cross. Lindsay, off topic again. Has Ian's client been freed from cone of shame yet? Nope. He is still in cone of shame.
Why is he in the cone of shame?
There's a sore on his butt that he keeps licking, and like reopening.
That's the worst
So
place to lick a sore.
it is, generally speaking. Kristen at 96, Runkle said he'd never go to South Carolina after Murdoch. If you have to pick between South Carolina and Canton, where do you go? South Carolina.
South Carolina. I like how we're just both like, boom.
Salty Mexican 219. My mom, if you can help, she's having kidney failure. Much love, Rob and Runkle. Find it at Gonzalez 2198. Send and go. Gonzalez 2198. Send and go. Look into that if you are able and willing. Becky G, off topic, but I'm curious. Any quick lawyer takes on the baby reindeer situation? I have not looked at it.
I haven't looked at it. I've only seen part of the show. Mrs. Runkle was watching it, and I walked in and I was like, this is painful. Like, this is like legit cringe to watch. So I was like, I don't want to watch this show. And like from the criminal defense perspective, it's like, this is too close to home. So
yeah,
I don't know if I'll cover it, but apparently she's suing Netflix, which I think is one of the dumbest moves she could have possibly made, because nobody knew who she was until then. I am crackling. Oh no.
You are. Wiggle your mic cable. Queen B, I'm late. I'm sorry if you already talked about this. Do you think the flash drive has an unmirrored reverted video on it? Almost guaranteed. That's what it has on it. Almost guaranteed. Mary Jane, is Becky Boo going to jail yet? Not yet, but the ethics complaint is wild, and I'm going to let Ian cover that on Monday. Kathy, shoot. Can we get a good luck toast for my 14 Special Olympic athletes? At Summer Games, 2 gold medals secured. Powerlifting, track and field this weekend. So proud of them. I heart so much. Caitlin, congratulations on your athletes. May they continue to succeed in all of those endeavors. That's awesome. I hope you have a great weekend. It's really cool to just be participating in all of that. So congrats to you and your kiddos.
Congratulations.
Kiddos or adults, either one. Caitlin Nadine, I was in a hospital bed awaiting surgery, watching KR opening statements. That was my first interaction with this case, and I'm hooked ever since. Karen Reed. A lot of people have been that way. Azam, Robin Ian, do you think the judge will give her an ultimatum at some point? Like, you have to work with your attorney or have to represent yourself. Oh, yeah, no, that actually happened at the end of this hearing. The judge kind of said, you have 2 options. 1, trial. 2, you work with this attorney. So, and trial, by trial, I mean trial without an attorney. Entry required. Sarah Boone equals arrested development, adult child. There's a lot of behavior in there that's really kind of frustrating. Miss Erica Claus, thanks to Runkle's recap, I cannot unsee Popeye Buchanan. No, I know who you're talking about too. Oh, no. Nope, hard pass. Sandy, focus,
people
Rob.
who are like, we're going to send him spinach. And I'm like, don't send him spinach.
Do not
It's
that.
funny to think about, but don't actually do it.
See, I wondered about that, Caitlin. They're adults, but I often call them my kids. I'm glad you're doing what you're doing. You're doing a remarkable service, and I imagine it's remarkably rewarding. So thank you for doing that. So to all of you, thank you for tuning in. It is now 4 hours and 17 minutes in. It's 1:01 a.m. East Coast time. I hope you have a wonderful weekend ahead of you. Ian Runkle has some stuff that he's going to share on his channel, and I'm going to let him preview that now. Ian, what do you got coming up?
Oh, so much stuff. I don't know how much or when I'll be able to get it all in. So Gypsy Rose is suing a content creator. So I kind of want to dig into that lawsuit. That content creator does a YouTube video about it and does all the dumbest things. So I kind of want to point that out and be like, so if you're getting sued, this is a stupid. Don't do this. There is a TikTok tattoo lawsuit. So somebody did a TikTok chirping at a tattoo parlor and basically said they did bad work. There's a lawsuit over that. There is the Karen Reed stuff ongoing. There's Becky Hill. There's I got to do coverage.
pause on the Becky
Yes.
Hill. There are 75 allegations of misconduct, ethical
Yes.
misconduct. Among them, to preview to the people to say that I did not get this topic to preview, among them is that she paid herself bonuses out of funds that were reserved for child support assistance material, and that she bought decorations for her office and party stuff and gifts for staff with taxpayer
Yep.
money. So those are the allegations. If you want to catch that when Ian does the wrap on that.
Some of those I think are like, you know,
Small?
in the sense that like the decorations and so forth might be explainable or might be arguable as like something taxpayer money should legitimately be used for.
Some are
But
not.
you never ever pay yourself a bonus like that. That's nuts.
Out
So
of
we'll talk
child
about,
support money.
yeah, like that's just kind of gross. So we'll talk about that. Also CrimeCon. I have some thoughts. I very badly want to mock one particular retailer, so that'll be a thing. And yes, there is more stuff. I'm going to be Baldwin is going to be a big thing for me when it comes on as well. I'm covering Baldwin fairly extensively. People who said that they want to see me doing more live streaming, depending, I might either I might go to New Mexico to watch some of the trial or all of the trial, depending, or I might just live stream it. So Baldwin, I'm going to be doing a lot of coverage on, and so that will be a whole thing.
I approve of both.
So,
please check out Ian's channel. This show could not be the same without some of the spice he gives and some of the back and forth that we can dialogue with. It's really pretty awesome. MZ, thanks Robin Runkle for another FNF. Missed you too. Missed you guys as well. Thanks for being here, folks. And thank you for showing so much support to Ian's recaps. Honestly, the recaps of the Karen Reed trial, please keep watching those. He's doing such a great job on them. Every night I see the viewers go up to like 4,000 or 5,000. Please keep watching. Like keep watching, keep supporting, keep sending that money. So thank you guys. Very much appreciated. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. And for those of you around doing stuff, go make something. You'll feel better. Get out, enjoy the sunshine, enjoy the family. And I will catch you next time. So night all.